Welcome everyone to the monthly meeting of the Knoxville Knox County Planning Commission. I am Tim Hill, Chair of the Planning Commission, and I'll be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is the Strategic Planning and Communications Manager for Knoxville Knox County Planning, Allie Ketron, and the Planning Commission Attorney, Tasha Blakeney. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll now ask Mr. DeArmond to call the roll.
Commissioner Huber.
Here.
Commissioner Browning.
Here.
Commissioner Levinson.
Here.
Commissioner Boyer.
Here.
Commissioner Barger.
Here.
Commissioner Overton.
Here.
Commissioner Perez.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Biggs.
Here.
Commissioner Daly.
Here.
Commissioner Gill.
Here.
Commissioner Midas.
Here.
Commissioner Adams.
Here.
Commissioner Hill.
Here.
That's all 15 present, sir.
Thank you, Mr. DeArmond. Participating today are planning commissioners as well as planning staff and various representatives of city and county agencies. The planning commissioners are citizens from the city and county who have been appointed by either the city mayor or county mayor. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to our community. Now a word about how discussion will take place. After each item is called, I'll read the staff's recommendation. On certain items, I'll call on staff to comment. At this time, the applicant may address the commission or defer his or her opening remarks and allow any opposition to speak first. The applicant and those in support of the applicant will be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. I'll then ask for other comments from the floor. The opposition will also be given a total of 5 minutes to speak. If either side wishes to have an opportunity for rebuttal, you'll need to reserve time from your allotted 5 minutes. Applicants and citizens who registered to participate and are attending the meeting in person will be asked to come to the podium and share their name and address for the record where their item is heard. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item and have not registered to do so in advance, please raise your hand when the item is read into the record. I'll then indicate when it is time for you to speak, and you can approach the podium at that time. You'll be asked to sign in at the podium as well as state your name and address for the record. If Planning Commission decision on that item is appealed and we need to notify you, we cannot do so without your name and address. Planning Commission may grant additional time for presentation of information. Speakers should limit the remarks to the facts of the case and should avoid repeating comments that have been previously presented to the Planning Commission. Because of the number of items that we have before us, groups in favor or opposed to an item have been asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent them. If you have any items that would like to make a part of the record, please submit those documents to knoxplanning.org/share. Please identify the file number and meeting date in your submittal. Or you could ask one of the staff members here if you want to hand it to them. I hope you all have reviewed the agenda package from Planning's website. In addition to the agenda, there's information on the website related to how today's meeting will be conducted, as well as correspondence on individual cases. Many of the items we vote on require further action by City Council or County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to City Council for final action, the applicant or the representative should be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered. For matters forwarded to County Commission for final action, particularly rezoning requests, the applicant or their representative must, and I repeat must, be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered, or the case, at minimum, will be postponed. Applicants will be notified of the meeting date. If you have any questions regarding the meeting date or process, please contact planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in order of the agenda. Please stand as you are able as Vice Chair Huber leads us in the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father, bless this community. Help to ensure the decisions made this afternoon are fair, legal, and in the best interest of the total community. As always, keep us mindful of the needs of others, especially those who are in sorrow, need, sickness, or any other adversity. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on the agenda are the postponement and withdrawal lists. Under automatic postponements, item 13, Andrew Baker. Item 15, Benjamin C. Mullins. Item 20, Fessuk Property. Item 35, Ira Bordai. Under automatic withdrawals, we have item 9, Masana Investments, Governor John Sevier Highway. Item 38, Realign Wellness, LLC, Woodland Avenue. Next, we have the 30-day postponements. Item 14, Taylor Forrester, Hall Drive. Item 18, The Ridge at Neal's Landing. Item 40, Hayo Design and Development, Delrose Drive. Item 41, R. Bentley Marlowe, consideration of an amendment to the Knox City Code. Are there any requests to postpone an item? Any requests? Please.
Sir, you'll need to press there's a button on the microphone there with a person.
You may need to pull that microphone down too.
There you go.
Thank you.
There we go.
Yes, item number 2-SA-25C, Montrachet Avenue, Unit 3.
Okay, item 19.
Yes.
Item 19. Thank you.
30 days.
30-day postponement. Thank you. Okay, so we will add item 19 to the 30-day postponements. Are there any other 30-day postponement requests? If not, Chair will entertain a motion. We have a motion. Who do we have it? Oh, Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Barger. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We have no 60-day postponements. We have no 90-day postponements. We have no withdrawals. Under tablings, we have Don Epperly, JDK Properties. Are there any requests to table an item? Any requests to table an item? If not, Chair will entertain a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Barger. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items to be removed from the table. We have item 1, Lantern Park. Item 3, R. Bentley Marlowe. Chair will entertain a motion to remove items from the table as read. We have a motion from Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Barger. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, on to the consent list. Any recusals on the consent list? Any recusals? All right. The consent list, which is composed of items marked with a C. These items are considered non-controversial and are voted on all at once in order to save time. Items are listed in order they appear on the agenda. Please listen carefully. Once an item has been approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. Item 2, approval of February 13th, 2025 agenda. Item 3, approval of January 9, 2025 minutes. Item 5, final plat for Rialto subdivision. Item 6, final plat of Cruise Landing. Item 7, final plat of Strawberry Hills subdivision, Phase 3A. Item 11, Randy Gennard. Item 16, Benjamin C. Mullins. Item 25, Mike Watson. Item 26, Solway Park Properties LLC. Item 27, John Chandler. Item 29, Judy Stokes. Item 30, Venture at Laster Farms LLC. Item 34, Benjamin C. Mullins, Paper Mill Drive. Item 37, Millard Beats Development LLC. Item 39, Jeff Williams. Are there any requests to remove an item from the consent list? We have a request. Could you come to the podium, please?
My name's Nelson Talent, and it's item 37. And I own property about 300 feet below it, and I'm worried about water runoff. And I just got this in the mail, so I didn't understand the consent list, but I've been here before. Now I know where everything's gone.
Yeah.
So I do have an issue with the water runoff and how many units they're gonna build.
Okay. Well, if you're asking to have it removed from the consent list, we will hear it in the normal order of agenda, if
Okay,
you'd like, and then we can discuss it.
all right.
Okay. All right, so that's item 37. Are there any other requests? You may approach the podium.
Ma'am, you turned the microphone off.
If you'll turn it back.
It was already back on. It was already on. Thank you.
There you go.
3009 Rifle Range Drive. I own the house that's supposed to be lot 23. He's gonna be building all those units around me.
Which item is that?
Number 11.
Item 11, okay. We can discuss that in the normal order of the agenda if you're asking for it to be removed from
Yes.
consent. Okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you. Item 11 and item 37. Are there any others? Last call. Okay. Chair will entertain a motion, also adding item 11 and item 37. We have a motion from Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Barger.
You have a question?
We have a question before we, ma'am, you could come, if you would come to the podium, please, so all could hear.
I just want to speak on item 32, but I don't need to speak yet, do I?
Item 32, is it on the consent list? Okay, yeah, it'll be heard in its normal order. Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We will now move to agenda item 8. The applicant, Masana Investments LLC, location east side of Shady Lane, south side of Cunningham Road, 18.735 acres. Present zoning is agricultural, zoning requested, planned residential, existing land use, rural residential, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Density proposed up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation, approve the planned residential zone up to 5 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and the surrounding area. Is the applicant before us? Mr. Davis, are you the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you like to speak?
Defer.
Okay, do we have opposition?
We
Okay.
do.
Mr. Klein, would you like to speak?
I sure would. Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, planning staff. I'm Wayne Klein. My law firm is Hodges, Dowdy, and Carson at 445 South Gay Street, Knoxville, Tennessee. I represent multiple individual homeowners in the Shady Lane, Cunningham Road area, Mr. and Mrs. Pete and Cindy DeBusk, residents in the Crystal Springs area, and other community members in opposition to only one aspect of Mr. Davis's Masana Investments application, and that is not PR. We understand that the that the development will occur and concur in development, but the density of up to 5 dwelling units per acre is at issue here today. Because the more densely built-out subdivisions are really off Dry Gap Pike on the west side and close to Maynardville Pike. Those off Cunningham Road are in large part built out in low density, particularly those developments surrounding the parcel at issue. The Beaver Brook Golf and Country Club lies to the direct west of this property, and even further west is Club Estates, Beaver Ridge Estates, and these are all low density built, although some may be RA and RB zoned, they're less densely built. And so what we're looking at is not a relationship to Maynardville Pike, but that corridor between Maynardville Pike and Dry Gap Pike. Because we have Forest View subdivision, Shadow Creek, Mount Royal subdivisions on Cunningham Road. They're all zoned RA, but built out in low density, single family. And at 6716 Arapahoe is a 5.0 acre lot in the Beaver Ridge subdivision. To the west is Dry Gap Pike. And so what I'm focusing here today is not the relationship of this property to Maynardville Pike or Dry Gap Pike, but the corridor between. It's about a 2-mile road. It's called Cunningham Road. There are plenty of large parcels in this corridor. They're built on 5, 4, 6 acre lots. And as I said, much of the zoning is there to the extent that some are zoned PR, the density is usually 1 to 3. And so we have also a golf club. If you take a look at and sandwich this development between the golf club on the west side, a horse farm on the north, which is abutting the floodplain, to the west, the DeBusk farm property with on 20 acres with one house on the 20 acres. And without going parcel by parcel, you go to the south and you have Shady Lane folks, which are large estate-sized development lots with very high quality residential structures. And beyond that is Beaver Ridge. And so it's going to sandwich a request on 20 acres in an area that is predominantly low density. And so a PR at 5 dwelling units per acre is inappropriate. And unfortunately, your staff has said it's appropriate in relationship to Maynardville Pike. Well, that's 1.5 miles away. Dry Gap Pike is 1.5 miles away on the other side. And this body has the responsibility to not adversely affect any other part of the county, nor shall any direct or indirect adverse effects result from such amendment. This is from the zoning code. Staff has said PR at this density is appropriate because the property is 1.5 miles from Maynardville Pike and has not given you a rationale for why it should be up to 5 dwelling units per acre. But I've just explained to you this corridor is low density and why it should be at lower than 5 dwelling units per acre. And I don't know how much time I have left. I do want to give Mr. Keys, who's the president of the golf club, a moment to talk, and I will reserve any time I have left for rebuttal to Mr. Davis's comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Jerry Key. I live at 7112 Imperial Drive. I've been there since 1989, but I also am the president of Beaver Brook Country Club, which is next to we share a property line with the subject property. I really just wanted to say that I represent roughly 600 members and stockholders of Beaver Brook that will be affected by the density here, and that just to show my support and many of our members' support for the comments that Mr. Klein gave. So that's simply my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I
All right.
appreciate the forum.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, we're out of time. If you've
I
got-
just want
give
to
you a
say, I do
minute
have
here.
a petition with 200 more signatures on it that I'm going to submit for the record, because many people work and they can't be here at 1:30 in the afternoon, you know that.
Thank you. Mr. Davis?
Yeah, Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939. Appreciate y'all's time, and Mr. Klein and I are buddies. We agree to disagree on quite a few things, and contrary to what Mr. Klein says, there's multiple developments up and down Cunningham Road that are high density. If you zoom out, there's apartment complexes to the west, there's condominiums on the other side of the golf course in that RB zoning, that right there, a little bit below that to the left. On the far end of the golf course, there's townhouses and higher density residential. You go up and down Cunningham Road, there's higher density developments all up and down Cunningham Road. And as you all are very much aware, we spent 2 years and we don't know how many millions of dollars coming up with the new comprehensive plan. And that's supposed to be the Bible by which we use to go forward when we're making these decisions on development. This particular property is in the planned growth area. It's in the suburban residential, and it is consistent with Knox County's comprehensive plan. We're a mile, maybe a mile and a half from a major commercial corridor. And I understand people are upset if they think 5 units an acre is high. 5 units an acre is considered low density residential. And I respectfully request you all approve as per staff recommendation. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Commission?
I do have a quick question. So, in just looking at some of the correspondence, you had a meeting or two with the neighbors. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir, I appreciate that. And Mr. Key was kind enough to buy us lunch up at the club. We did go meet with the property owners, concerned property owners, as well as had another meeting Tuesday, what is the day? Monday night or Tuesday night. I've had many of these meetings over the last few weeks. Earlier this week, we did have another meeting at the DeBusk House, met with all the concerned residents, tried to address all their questions, issues. One of the primary issues was access to Cunningham Road and not coming off Shady Lane. I said we would do everything we could, working with engineering and public works, to try to make sure the access was on Cunningham Road, so it didn't access off of Shady Lane. I told them we would try to do everything we could to help with buffers. We would try to do everything we could to help mitigate the issues as it relates to people coming on and off from the golf course. Tried to answer all their questions, concerns, and so I've had 2 meetings yesterday with the community members.
Any other comments from commission?
I guess I got another question. This might be for engineering, though, for Steve or who. Can you talk about, that was probably one of the bigger things that I had heard and read, I guess, was about access. It's not about if a development's going to happen. I think everybody understands that some type of development will happen on here. It's about where that is accessed. Do you foresee any issues if it were only accessed on Cunningham?
If he does access Cunningham, we would want it to align with Imperial. And the only thing we'd ask is he verify site distance at that location.
Now, is that, because this actually came up, because this was on the agenda last month, if I remember, and we postponed so you guys could meet. But that house that's directly across, is that part of the sale, or it is part of the sale now? Okay, great. Originally, I don't know if it was. Okay, so you wouldn't have a problem with lining it up there, Mr. Davis, or?
And he'd have to do a traffic study, which would verify the SI
Yeah, the regular.
Yes, sir, we would have no problem coming directly across from Imperial as long as we have sight distance. We have plenty of sight distance to the west and to the east. I'm pretty sure we have sight distance. We have not certified that, and we would do that with the traffic impact analysis. Yes, sir.
Chair will entertain a motion. Vice Chair Huber.
Oh, well, I guess I've got another comment, and it looked like Commissioner Levinson might have wanted to say something too, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I struggle with this because beautiful out there. It really is. And it is, a lot of it is larger lots. It's the things I've seen, especially down Shady Lane. But with the new growth policy plan, I think that's the point of it. I mean, they've looked at everything around and said, okay, we feel like we need more density in this area and less density in that area. And intentionally in the rural areas, what would be considered rural, not in the suburban residential. It's almost becoming, not that 5 units of density are out of line, not out of line, that's not the right word, out of place. It's the larger tract homes that are out of place. It's almost opposite of what it used to be. I guess just in general, I think this is a growth corridor. I think it will handle the density. How wide is that road? Engineering, can you tell me how wide Cunningham is? 28 feet? Yeah, and the minimum, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is 18 feet. So it's probably 10 feet higher or wider than what a minimum would be. So I'm just pointing that out. I think that all comes down to the density. I think, Mr. Klein, that's what you're referring to, is you don't like 5 units of acre or 5 units of density per acre, and your clients don't.
Yes, it's all, our opposition is completely about the density, not about access of Cunningham. We're working with Mr. Davis on that. It has to do with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. And if you put 100 houses in where there's just maybe 1/2 of a unit per acre around it, and on the other side, 1 unit per 20 acres, which is the DeBusk mansion, the other side of a horse farm, and then on the other side, a golf course, it just doesn't fit. And that's the character of the neighborhood that has to be considered in spite of what you're talking about with the plan.
Sure, I understand.
And
Thank you.
this body's responsibility. The only place that these folks can go is to this body and another later on, perhaps. But this body is the one that has to make the decision about the character of the neighborhood. Otherwise, there's no place to go. And the plan would just roll over, bulldoze the natural development that's occurred out there that goes along with all the lots. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I understand your position and your opinion, but I do think that there was a lot of time put into the plan, the comprehensive plan, and I think staff's done a nice job of evaluating this project. Commissioner Browning or the others?
Commissioner Levinson, do you have something to say?
I want to make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion, and, I do understand everybody's position here, but, the comprehensive plan was done for a reason, and, it's trying to help us guide our way through here. So I move that we approve the PR zoning of the 5 dwelling an acre because it is consistent with the Knox County comprehensive plan and the surrounding area.
Second.
We've got a motion from Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. And do we have any other lights, any further discussion? Commissioner Levinson, you fulfilled your comments there? Okay, all right. So we have a motion on the table to approve for up to 5 dwelling units per acre. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right.
Thank you all for your time and your service. Thank you.
We got 10. Next is agenda item number 10. Applicant BT Davis Enterprises LLC, location west side of Wright Road, south of Alkeson Lane. Approximate size of tract 19,368 square feet. Present zoning is low-density residential. Zoning request is planned residential. Existing land use, multifamily, residential. Density proposed up to 4.5 dwelling units per acre. Staff recommendation, deny the planned residential zone up to 4.5 dwelling units per acre because the property is inconsistent with the PR zone's intent. Is the applicant present? Would you like to speak, and do we have any opposition? We do have opposition, and you have the liberty to choose whether you want to speak now or defer. Okay. All right. Would the opposition like to speak?
Hi, my name's George Lagus, and my family's resided at 7,000 Wright Road, right across from the subject area since the 1950s. And, okay, retired engineer shows up with a sheaf of papers. You can all go to sleep now.
Okay.
I apologize, I only brought 4 handouts. Can I just kind of distribute?
We can shuffle them around.
I'm sure you've seen all this before. It's out of the TDOT recommendations. So first, let me say I endorse the recommendation of your staff to deny the application. I read the reasoning and they're spot on. This has always been a very low-density rural single-family community with open areas and green spaces. We're talking about 4.6 units per acre plopped down in the middle of this, and it just doesn't fit with the neighborhood. My primary concerns are we'd be setting a precedent to develop an area with totally insufficient infrastructure, and we've had safety problems with this area before. Wright Road is an old agricultural road from the 50s. It's virtually unchanged in 60 years. I'm an old engineer. I've lived there that long, so I've seen that it's gotten repavement, but not much else. If you look in RD 18, which I just passed out, and I'll just summarize it here, it states that a rural road is 18 feet, which is what you guys have, in your case, classified this road. To go up to 2 units per acre, you need 20 feet. To go up to 6, between 2 and 6, you need 28 feet of approach roadway. And clearly, we don't have that. We have an 18-foot road with no shoulders. So that puts us, if we rezone it, that puts us against the state standards for the road. So I'd suggest we should at least bring the road up or have a survey done of some kind saying it can remain safe with the volume of traffic we're putting on it. The road is currently inundated with commuter traffic. It was never designed to hold. It's already very dangerous. Sight lines, which are outlined in blue there, say for this speed limit and this road, we should have 175 foot of sight line. The majority of the road is nowhere near that. It goes up and down around its length. The piece of road we're talking about, I can't say whether the sight lines are good or not, but there's confluence with New Beaver Creek Drive, and there's a drop, which you can see in your picture, going that way and one back behind. And cars that rise up over that drop cannot see anything down that straightaway. We even had the postmaster out to permit us to move the mailbox to the other side of the street because it was too dangerous for my elderly mother to cross the street and get the mail. And the postmaster concurred that that road was far too dangerous for someone that's slow to be able to move across. And finally, if you'll turn to page 2 on that handout, like many legacy roads, Wright Road is only ditched on one side and has no shoulders. It's subject to flooding, and 7009, if you bring up their driveway, they've built a descending driveway onto Wright Road, you can see it there, that drains all the water from that apron and that building straight onto Wright Road, where it crosses the road and tries to get to the ditch on the other side, which just only exacerbates the flooding problem. I'm not contesting 7009. They built this duplex under a use on review. It's done. But rezoning that area to 4.6 units per acre, the infrastructure simply can't handle it. We're already having a problem with this little bit of addition they've done. And I would recommend we deny the motion until at least a traffic study and some kind of evaluation of that 60-year-old road is done to handle that kind of development. And in summary, I own the property across. My neighbor owns 3 acres. I own 1 acre. It bridges Wright Road to Clayberry Drive and New Beaver Creek Drive. That's 3 sides. If we zone this to 4.6 acre or 4.6 units per acre, the first thing that's going to happen is those property values are going to go up, and somebody's going to try to stick 18 houses on them, and you'll be seeing another rezoning request for those 2. And we've already, if we do this, we've set the precedent. I have been advised by an inspector off the record that I'm crazy for doing this because it's against my financial interests. I'd rather see it go through because then I've got developable property. But I hate to see the community I grew up in go and turn into a high-density area. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. The applicant like to speak?
Hey, I'm Brian Davis. I own the property, and we're not trying to add units or do anything to it. The idea to it is it's caught in the middle of your all's changing the rezoning. We're not adding a hardship to either side. It's been there for 2 years. The idea is the property already had two addresses. It had 7009 and 7011 already set up on it. The idea is it would be better if we could just have two actual addresses for the units versus it being a duplex. So really, we're just asking for the imaginary line that splits the units to be there, to call it one side 7009 Wright Road and one side 7011, so they'd actually be a townhome, two separate units, which I've been told that in your new zoning, you're going to catch this anomaly that happens in the RA setup. Like, you understand that it's already there. You're not doing anything except for putting that line and giving two addresses. I'm not doing anything different other than instead of it being unit 1, unit 2, it would be 7009 and 7011. So I don't know. I mean, the staff called me, and I get the fact that it doesn't meet the exact zoning that is right now, but it is fixing to change, and it would take on this, and I was hoping to get a variance on it, just the fact that it's already been there. It's not causing any problems. We're just giving it away for it to be two townhomes versus a duplex, because that's considered now a commercial versus residential. And it's harder to separate the two. If I ever want to sell one or do anything, I can't do anything with it because it's a whole unit. So that was I mean, it may be denied, but eventually it would be going through if I just waited long enough for the zonings to change. Because that evidently is an issue that has happened on multiple places, because it wasn't initially in I guess the RA or whatever the zoning was, the original one. But it is in the PR. So, if you got any questions, I mean, if I said that wrong, you can tell me, but I'm pretty sure that I'm kind of accurate on what's going to happen.
Thank you. Ms. Warner, is there another way of accomplishing what he needs to accomplish without going to PR?
No, not at this time. So this zone doesn't allow the lot to be subdivided. The RA zone only allows duplexes, which is 2 units on one lot, in single-family homes. So if a line was drawn down the middle of the duplex, it would be considered an attached house, which is not allowed in the RA zone. It is allowed in PR. And at this density, you couldn't add any more units. You would just have the duplex.
Okay, thank you.
Will it be changing?
Someone else wants?
I think there was a question from the applicant, is something coming down the road that may allow this?
I think with the UDO, but there's no ordinance amendment right now.
So I can kind of speak to that a little bit to kind of clarify some. So the UDO just started. And so that is going to be where we are looking at a number of different ordinances, including the zoning ordinance. So no one really knows what's going to happen yet. It's just really too early to say. So whether or not it's going to change, I can't speak to that one way or the other. So I'm not sure where the confusion was in that, but we just don't know at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Porcher. Commissioner Higgins.
Thank you. Question for the applicant. Is your goal just to have 2 different property numbers?
Yes, because the way you have it now, if you try to go, like say somebody lived there or rented for 5 years, 6 years, and they wanted to buy one side of it, I can't do that. It has to be a whole purchase. So it kind of sets up a problem in the future. So after we looked at it, I was like, well, okay, we're not changing anything to the people beside us, and we have 2 addresses, so it's really kind of like a technicality. Like, we're not doing anything to cause a problem. It's just giving them as 2 separate buildings, which I've heard that there are issues like that, because you can go, like what he's saying, I could put, if it had gone zoned to PR, I could put a whole bunch of units and still get 0 lot lines, like what Smithfield did just down the road off of Emory. That's what they did. And if you go directly toward Oak Ridge Highway, right behind that commercial is a PR. They do have that for all those units.
But is it specifically to be able to sell the units individually?
To separate them 2 out. And we had a problem actually from a lot of things by being unit 1 and unit 2.
Mm-hmm.
It caused problems with like Comcast, everything, because the actual address to it for both sides is 7009. And it just kind of caused an issue a little bit, but if I could just have them as two addresses, which we found out the lot actually has two addresses to it.
Yeah,
You know.
what my first question is about the addressing, because I think addressing could give you two different numbers.
Right.
But then if the goal is to sell them individually, did you look into condoing out the two sides to be able to do that rather than trying to?
I don't know that you can do that the way it is. That I don't think the way, you'd still be a townhome. That's what I'm saying. You still need a line.
Well, in a condo association, you can sell each side. So in the city of Knoxville,
Yeah, I'm not sure how you do that with just two
there's-
units, right? Because how would you have an HOA between two people? You know what I'm saying?
I'm not
Like,
an
you
attorney, but I know that it can be done. In the city, that's how duplexes are often sold individually because that's
Right.
not allowed to have the two
Yeah,
different lines. So
But isn't that still, I think the deal for a lot of people is, I still think that becomes a commercial sale, right, on a duplex?
again, not an attorney, just trying to
You see,
figure out
that
the
was the
intent
thing
behind it.
that stuck it all, was on that, if you go to try to, they count that as a commercial site. See, we built it where there's two separate sewer systems, everything's separate, there's no gang meter pack, there's no nothing where it's, like you have one unit that has to run through the other one or anything. And initially, West Knox was going to make us maintain the sewer pumps and stuff, the E1s. They kind of worked it out, but it was only because it was going to be commercial. Where if it had been a townhome, then they would have maintained the sewer system just like it's two people living there. So that was our question. We're just trying to see if there was a way to be able to do that, because we have heard that eventually it will change. Because, I mean, you kind of get what I'm saying. I mean, the imaginary line is, I mean, there's a line there. It's two separate units. You're not changing anything around it. You're just giving it away for it to have two addresses.
I was going to
Well,
echo.
I thought we had two addresses. So, I mean,
No, they give it as unit 1, unit 2. Both of them are still 7,009. There's a
but I
7,011
heard a
there.
minute ago where you said you realized you had two addresses.
No, the property does have two, but they won't let me address them as that because there's no split line. So if I can get the lot line, the zero lot line to split them, then I can go to the two addresses.
Yeah, and I don't think, Ms. Warner, are condos allowed in RA?
That's not the zoning, so if they could do a condo.
Yeah, I think, I think doing the condo, as Commissioner Higgins suggested, is probably your best bet.
I mean, I'll check it out, but originally when I talked to Chris with the engineer, we couldn't get, it wasn't there. So I'll find out if
Well,
that's what it is.
it's, I mean, you're going to have to take the steps to, submit the property to a condominium act regime
Yeah.
plan, and then you should be able to get what you're looking for.
Okay.
Vice Chair Huber?
Obviously, you've got a lot of thoughts and put some time into this, but would you consider a postponement, and then you can run down some of these things and leave it?
Yeah, that's fine. They can deny it. It's not
Well, no,
really going to
I
be
mean,
mad.
I'm not saying deny it. I'm saying postpone it, and then see if we could work it out through if it's a condo or some other way. Just work with staff and your attorney on that, and then maybe bring it back through, or you can withdraw it at that time.
No, that's fine. I mean, that's fine with me. Doesn't matter.
Okay, so
You're good.
I'll just move for a 60-day postponement.
That worked.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Huber for a 60-day postponement, seconded by Commissioner Boyer. I think we still had some lights. Commissioner Browning, did you want to comment?
It was really just a question for Commissioner Anderson, considering he's a title attorney, but even if they did put a line down the middle, wouldn't it'd still be a planned unit development? I mean, it'd still fall under, it'd be the same thing as a condo. I mean, because they're going to share the same roof.
I think that, and again, this is not legal advice, but I think the end result would be the same. I mean, what I understand is if you got the zoning you wanted today, that then you'd have to get a plat drawn up and get that plat approved, showing it as a line down the middle in two separate lots. Again, I think you end up, the biggest difference, I think, is that like the backyard would be some sort of like common area versus divided in half.
Right, that's what I mean, basically, it'd be just what we've got right there. They would just potentially give us two addresses. The problem would be the people in there just own the inside of it. They both would be responsible for everything on the outside.
Well, that depends on how you would write up your declaration.
See, I wasn't sure about that. I'll have to find that out. That's fine.
Commissioner-
I'll check it out and see if that is, but you know what I'm saying? When you do a condo, you only own what's inside of it. All the rest of it's all common property, which means
I
they would
think
all
that's
have to
what we're
split
going to
off.
sort out in a 60-day postponement. Commissioner Adams, would you like to speak?
I want to understand, just to make sure I've followed this correctly, that the structure as it is now was built as a duplex in RA, which is approved, that's good. But now the desire is to deviate from what that really was and to put a different label on that, and that is not allowed in that zone. Okay. I support the 60-day postponement.
Okay.
I actually have a question. So with the postponement, part of the recommendation was to work with staff. May I ask, can I get some direction from you with what you're wanting from us with this?
Maybe just as a resource, I mean, I think Mr. Davis probably needs to get with his attorney first off and just run that down. And if you have any questions about the zonings or anything like that, you could reach out to staff. Other than that, it'll come back up in 60 days. But if you figure it out before then, just reach out and have staff withdraw.
I don't think that the onus is on the staff to figure anything
Right.
out. I think it's for the applicant.
Yeah,
I think it's for the applicant to figure it out.
Yeah, sorry.
I talked to staff and basically I understand what they were saying, but they also kind of understood what I was saying. Eventually, it will get worked out because you're not really doing anything different. I mean, it's just a terminology right now. You're not doing anything, so it's just
Yeah. But there are other things that could happen beyond that
I
that
got
you
you.
may not be aware of. So, Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, I just want to point out that I hear the applicant, I hope that there's a solution that can be found, but I don't think that we should be looking for, it's fine to build one thing and then decide to change it down the road when that's not allowed in the zone. That is a bit concerning, but if there's another way to work this out, I hear the applicant's intent, and that's why I'm supporting the 60-day postponement.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor of a 60-day postponement, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. That was harder than it had to be. That one was harder than it had to be. Number 11. Do I have a slip sheet? What's that? All right. Yes, and I don't have it. I think, Vice Chair Huber, do you have that handout that the opposition had? All right, thank you. Okay. All right, next is agenda item number 11. Applicant is Randy Gennard, location north side of Rifle Range Road, east of Magnum Lane, 5.72 acres. Present zoning is planned residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Zoning requested, planned residential up to 10 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use is rural residential. Staff recommendation, approve planned residential zone up to 10 dwelling units per acre because it provides a transition of residential intensity that is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Is the applicant present? Do we have opposition? Any opposition? Mr. Gennard, would you like to speak first or defer? Okay. Would the opposition like to comment?
On the plot, my house is number 23. It must have been the original house.
Again, if you'll state your name and address, please.
Kelly Scott, 3009 Rifle Range Drive. My house is number 23, and when we bought the house, we knew that was coming in, and that was fine. But after we lived there for a while and we seen all the traffic with the mobile home park and then the gentleman next to me, I don't see how that road is going to handle transportation plus the busing situation because the bus is full. There's 2 routes. And my grandson doesn't get home till 4:30 in the afternoon from the middle school. And plus my septic tank is on lot 20 because it's over into his property. And then my other septic tank is on whatever lot is behind. And I don't think they realized that my septic tank was there. And plus, I have KUB water, and they're saying this is Alcoa. Halls. So what are they, in my power pole is plus on 20. So I don't know how this transportation and all these kids is gonna work for 10 more units or 5 more units. I'm worried about the kids because that road's already we've already been hit twice, almost hit twice, coming out of our driveway, because we have to come up onto the road. And they came in and paved back in November, and they had to come back and fix our driveway twice because we would just spin to get up on the road. So it's the kids and everything else. I just don't see with the mobile home park and the other kids.
Okay.
So are they going to change our water? Are they going to fix? I mean, I just spent $4,000 on my septic tank to have it pumped. So we're just concerned for the children.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Randy Gennard, 5408 Fountain Gate Drive. This whole plot used to be ours. We just sold that house. And the septic tanks that are on that house will be hooked up to the new sewer system, which is already approved. We had a permit to build here, and we looked at return on investment, realized that we're better off upgrading. The road system's already approved by the county. We had a permit to build. The footprints of the dwelling units that we intend to build, we had a lot of duplexes, several duplexes, 1 fourplex and 3 triplexes. The footprint of the new units going in are 2-story fourplexes. It would replace the duplexes. The single fourplex we had there will remain the same, and the triplexes will come into be fourplexes, which makes a total density there of 51 units. The original density we got included the 1.09 acres, which we just sold. So we had to ask for 10. We probably could have asked for 7.5 because there's only 51 total units going to be here. As you see, the piece of property that was just spoken about, it hooks around on rifle range so that the driveway could be attached to the new entrance of the proposed subdivision, and we just had site distance approved on there. So that little hook in the adjoining property there would allow a driveway to be attached to the new entranceway. As to the utilities, Hallsdale Powell has approved everything here, and like I said, it would have a completely new sewer system. I would just ask that it be approved as a staff recommendation.
Thank you. Commission?
I'd like to make a motion
All right, Commissioner Levison?
that we approve the PR zone up to 10 dwellings per acre because it provides a transition of residential intensity that is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Levinson, seconded by Commissioner Anderson to approve planned residential for staff recommendation. Commissioner Adams.
I have a question. Since two things. Knowing that how this body tends to look at zonings, if another opportunity came in a few years from now and we're looking at this, we would look at the 10, up to 10 dwelling units per acre as the allowed density there on the map. And the applicant has just said that he really didn't need that he would be fine with 7.5 or something a little bit lower.
Yeah, I think staff stated that they found, whether he asked for it or not, they found 10 being appropriate. So I don't think that would change if it were now or, well, I mean, it could change, conditions could change, but as of today, it's what they're being charged with. They're saying that 10 would be, is that what it was, 10?
It was.
Was
Who
deemed
was
appropriate.
who was the planner for that one? Sorry,
Ms. Hillman.
Jesse, okay. So understanding that, I guess my question is, was that a land use determination, or was that land use plus applicant? I'm just trying to think about the future, and if we don't need the entire 10, do we help ourselves in the future by putting a more exact density there? Because this is one applicant who, we always say it like, they could poof, be gone tomorrow, but the land is still there, and that's the zone that's on it. So just checking.
Yeah, we considered the requested density and found it to be acceptable at this location, but that's not to say that the Planning Commission doesn't have the ability and right to consider the context of what the developer is anticipating and change that density.
There's another potential consequence to that, and that is if they deem it appropriate at 10, we fast forward a few years and we get an applicant that comes in here and we settle on 7.5, and then we have somebody saying, well, they only gave them 7.5, but it was appropriate at 10. So now your argument works both ways there, but the fact is they considered it appropriate at 10. And I don't know why we would change it if it was appropriate for 10, even though many times they don't build out to the maximum.
Exactly.
But staff deemed it appropriate.
Exactly. And I think that's part of where I'm coming from, is understanding that when we look at developments that abut a new application, and they may say approved from 1 to 5 or whatever the number may be, but it's really built out at something less than that. But we don't often get to that point in our assessment. We look at typically the top number and say, oh, we've got 5 there or whatever. So that's what I'm thinking, that if we are in a scenario where we have a denser development that is, planning staff is saying, yes, this looks good here, but the applicant is saying that really for what their effort is, they don't even need that, would it actually help in terms of our future planning to have
I think it hurts future planning because they deemed it appropriate and now we're limiting it. They're not saying that they got to build to 10. They're saying they can build up to 10.
No, I understand that, but I'm thinking about how this body, where we're all here now, but 5 years from now, we won't remember the case very much and that sort of thing. So I'm trying to leave a breadcrumb in terms of future planning commissioners looking at this and thinking about, oh, well, this was approved at this level. So if we only really need the 7.5, that's what we approve it at. I'm just raising the question.
Yeah, no.
But I see I see the applicant here, so he may want to speak.
Conversation. However, you're going to have probably an opposition representation that's going to point to that 7.5 when it was appropriate for 10, and they're going to say, you set a precedent by calling this area 7.5 when it was really appropriate for 10.
Well, it sounds like Ms. Hillman says that we have the ability to do that, so I don't feel like I'm doing anything out of order.
No, you're not doing anything out of order.
But I did, Mr. Kennard, did you want to speak, or?
No, I'm just going to say, things do get confusing too, because the whole thing had 1.09 acres on it before. On the deed, it's 5.43. On the staff report, it's 5.72. What we need is 51 units.
Vice Chair Huber.
Just to follow up on that, and I understand exactly what you're saying, but it's almost like an appraisal of a house. It's like, okay, we're setting precedent, like you said, out there, and this house is worth this much, but maybe the appraiser wants to say it's this much because they're buying it at a fire sale or something, but it's really worth more. And you start setting comparables out there. But my point only in this is that keep in mind, I know Mr. Gennard's been saying we only need 51, we only need this or that, but this isn't the concept plan, this isn't the development plan. He could show up with one that needs 10 units, and it is appropriate in this location. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, because there was a comment made, just by the applicant, but I think it is appropriate at 10 units an acre. I think staff's nailed it, done a great job with it, and I think we need to move forward with it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, correct? Per staff recommendation, I'm sorry. Commissioner Overton.
I just wanted to, I completely understand Commissioner Adams' perspective, but I wanted to share another perspective that in the future, just as we may want to look at it and say, well, that's too many units, I think it's foreseeable that we're going to need 10 units an acre in the future because of Knoxville's population growth and our lack of housing. And I know we can parse 2.5 units and people say, oh, it's only 2 houses, but like in the broad scale, when we apply that to properties across the county, 2.5 units per acre, will add up. And I think that just as much as there's a valid perspective that you have, that 7.5 may be where we need to limit things so we don't just pave everything, there's also the perspective that this county is growing at an exponential rate and we're going to need zoning that accommodates enough units so that people have houses. So I just wanted to add that perspective on the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Overton. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Next is agenda item number 12. The applicant is Amy Sherrill. Location, east side of Ledgerwood Road, north of Maynardville Pike, 1.48 acres. Present zoning is general business. Zoning requested is general residential. Existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Staff recommendation is approve general residential zone because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan. Is the applicant present? And do we have any opposition? Seeing no opposition, would the applicant like to comment? No? All right. Commission?
Motion to approve for staff's recommendation. Oh, I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Anderson to approve per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 17. On to agenda item 17. Applicant Adrian Perjou. Location, east side of Sharp Road, northwest side of Granville Connor Road, 2.77 acres. Present zoning is agricultural. Zoning requested is low-density residential. Existing land use is agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Staff recommendation is to approve low-density residential zone because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and surrounding development. Is the applicant present? And do we have opposition? Any opposition? Seeing no opposition, would the applicant like to speak? Applicant chooses not to speak. Commission?
I'll make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Barger to approve per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. I'm sorry, Commissioner Midas.
Sorry, I had a question just about the steep slopes that were on this property. I don't know if staff wants to talk about it, or maybe the applicant can kind of give me some more direction about what he's thinking about with the property.
My name is Adrian Perjou. We're gonna do two duplex on the left side.
Like in the corner?
Mr. Perjou, what's your address?
It's 148 Utah Way, Loudon, Tennessee 37744.
Thank you.
So in the intersection,
Yes.
right there,
We're gonna keep the ditch.
and not
Yes.
not disturb the slopes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We ready for a vote? Any other lights? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. let's see here. Agenda item 21. This will require 3 motions. Subdivision 7514 Millertown. Applicant developer, Homestead Land Holdings. Location, southeast side of Millertown Pike, west of Robin Bend Lane, 14.2 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 4 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, attached residential subdivision. Number of lots, 56. This will require a motion related to alternative design standard, concept plan, and the development plan. Staff recommendation is to approve the alternative design standards based on justifications provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. Motion 2, approve the concept plan subject to 7 noted conditions. Motion 3, approve a development plan for up to 56 attached houses on individual lots as shown on the development plan subject to the 3 noted conditions. Is the applicant present? Yes. All right. Do we have opposition? Any opposition? We do have opposition. Would you like to speak or defer? I'll defer, please. Okay. Mr. Murphy, would you like to speak?
Kevin Murphy, 4508 Murphy Road. I submitted 3 comments with documentation to you yesterday. On behalf of the Knox Community Planning Alliance, we're asking you to add additional conditions to the approval of the development plan and concept plan. These conditions relate to requiring connectivity to neighboring parcels, requiring a tree preservation plan, and requiring a management plan for the open space. First, requiring connectivity to neighborhood parcels. The applicant owns the parcel to the west. You've approved a development plan for that parcel, which didn't have connectivity, and now they've acquired an additional parcel, and there's no proposal to connect these. There's also an undivided property also to the east that also has no connectivity proposed. Policy 11 of the comprehensive plan, which as you all have stated several times today, we spent a lot of time working on, is to promote connectivity with new development. Action item 11.1 is to evaluate new residential subdivisions to provide vehicle and pedestrian connections to adjacent subdivisions. And the current subdivision regulations state that an interconnected street system is an important component of sound neighborhood development. General Standard 3.04.c.2b states, provide for future street connections to adjoining property. That's in your existing adopted subdivision regulations. So why isn't there connectivity? It's called for in the comprehensive plan and the subdivision regulations. There's nothing in the application about connectivity, nothing in the background report, no hardship about implementing, nothing. I know you hear from people about, we want our neighborhood to be on its own, we don't want to have connectivity. But you also hear from organizations that talk about the benefits of connectivity, including Legacy Parks, which I've seen a lot of you show up at the Legacy Parks luncheons and events. These are, there are benefits, and it's settled, for us though, it's settled policy and regulation. It is a policy of the comprehensive plan, and it's a policy, it's a general standard of the subdivision regulations. So if you don't require this, you're making a decision that's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, inconsistent with the subdivision regulations, and the zoning ordinance requires your decisions to be consistent with those. Secondly, requiring a tree preservation plan by a certified arborist and requiring that the grading permit and concept plan to implement the recommendations of that tree preservation plan. That's consistent with the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Policy 7, which is to encourage development practices that conserve and connect natural features and habitat. The condition we're proposing is something that we talked to UT Extension about, their arborist, and they said this would be the kind of condition that you would put on it. It's not a new concept. And I linked several guides in the comment I sent. There's a paper by UT Extension. There is a really great paper that UT Extension out by Penn State Extension about preserving trees and new development projects. And there's actually a whole handbook in the International Society for Arborists. So requiring a tree preservation plan when you go by a certified arborist, they know exactly what that is. They can do that. And we need these because we've seen how land developers work in the absence of these conditions. They've come to this podium and they've stated, well, we don't want to cut down trees. It's expensive, so we're only going to cut down the trees that we need to. But time and time again, we see site after site where it's completely clear cut. And I put an example of that one in the comments. That's why we actually need a tree preservation plan, because that's what your community says. We can't believe that you're taking a nice piece of property and you're clear cutting it. Finally, requiring a management plan for the open space. On this plan, I looked, it has a statement of a calculation of open space. You're required 50%, at least 50% in the rural conservation place type. I can't tell, it says, it's got something that says it's 8.6 acres, but I can't tell exactly where the outline is of what that natural space is and isn't. I can't tell if the retention pond is included in that 8.6 acres or not. But moreover, you need a management plan for that open space. And again, you have guidance on this in your existing plans. The 2013 Hillside and Ridgetop Protection Plan has an Appendix F with a model conservation subdivision ordinance. And that example is something that Planning and Metropolitan Planning Commission paid consultants good money to put together. So you have that. It's out there, and you can absolutely add that condition based off that. I'm here with these recommendations that are consistent with the comprehensive plan and subdivision regulations. And in this case, you have the authority, responsibility, and obligation to look at these applications with a critical eye. If you pass it as is, you're passing a plan that's not consistent with our comprehensive plan and our subdivision regulations, and you're failing to form the duties the Planning Commission is required to perform by the zoning ordinance. So you should be looking at yourself and asking, what's my job here? Is this consistent or not? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Would the applicant like to speak?
Thomas Krajewski, Homestead Land Holdings, 122 Perimeter Park Drive. I'd like to spend a few minutes about the development, talking about the development, and then a few minutes addressing the comments that were just made, and then answering any staff questions. So, Commission's questions. So this property, it's a 14.2 acre tract off Millertown Pike. The property is in the urban growth area. It's of the 14.2 acres, the concept plan has roughly about 7 acres disturbed. And that is shown on the grading sheet. That's part of the concept. And so there's about 8.6 acres of open space that is outside of the lot and right-of-way area. So about 61% of the area is open space in this plan. And of that 8.6 acres, 7 of the acres currently are planned to be undisturbed. So a large portion of this property is left open, and that's because it is in rural conservation. Despite the adjacent properties being in suburban residential place type on the south side of Millertown Pike, up and down Millertown Pike, this parcel was left out of that suburban residential, and we think that it was placed in rural conservation because there's some drainage that comes through this property. That was looked into, and I'm happy to go into that further. But TDEC made a determination that most of that is runoff coming off of Millertown Pike currently, and not any sort of waterway. So our plan is to do 56 attached townhomes on this site. Again, a smaller unit size, clustering those units to leave more open space to help satisfy the language of the land use plan. Millertown Pike, it's a minor arterial road. It's got 20 feet of pavement width. Our design standard, our alternative design standard request, one is to reduce the street frontage of the lots from 25 to 24 feet. Again, that's to consolidate the unit size and leave more open space. That is allowed in this zone, and but as a part of that, if you reduce the lot size, you have to provide for parking, which this plan does provide for. The other alternative design standard is to reduce the intersection grade from increase the intersection grade from 1 to 1.5%. That's really for drainage. Millertown Pike there is extremely flat. Really, the drainage right now is caused by the crown of the road, which is roughly 2%. And if we have a connecting street at 1%, our engineer explained to us that it would likely pond there at the intersection. And so we want a little bit more fall coming off of the new road to help promote drainage off of Millertown and into our storm system that we're going to design. There are some conditions associated with these approvals, 7 conditions with one, 3 conditions with the other. There's really just one that we would like to make mention of and potentially amend, and that is the approval of the concept plan, condition 5. That condition, currently as it reads, is extremely broad and open-ended. I spoke to staff about this, who said that this was something that came from Engineering and Public Works. I then spoke to Engineering and Public Works about this, and was explained that this is a standard note that they would like to see, or standard condition that they would like to see attached to development plans, but they agreed that the language was fairly broad. And so I can again go into this in more detail if you guys have questions, but there's language in here that says that if it is discovered that unforeseen off-site improvements within the right-of-way are necessary, we would like to add as caused by this development, that language there. Then the developer will either enter into an MOU or agree to reimburse the county for the expenses associated with those changes. So that is one slight change that we would have in language that we would like to request if commission sees appropriate.
Will you repeat that one more time?
Sure. So condition 5 of the concept plan approval, it states, if during design plan approval or construction of the development, it is discovered that unforeseen off-site improvements within the right-of-way are necessary as caused by this development, is what we would like to add, the as caused by this development. Otherwise, the way it reads, or could be interpreted, is that if the county decides to make improvements to Millertown Pike, no mention of what section of Millertown Pike, say they want to build a roundabout a mile away or 2 miles away, has nothing to do with this project, nothing to do with this development. The way that the note reads currently, we could still be liable for incurring a shared cost in that project that may be to no fault of our own. And so that's why we wanted just to ask for that clarifying language. Otherwise, I'm open to questions. I may be out of time, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. I'm happy to answer public comments as well, if Commission would like for me to do so.
Commissioner Adams.
I had a question about I'll go in reverse order, but the applicant was asking for an edit to that language, and that would be something that engineering could answer now if there's a problem with that. So I just would like to know if that reads okay to you. It does. Okay. I like that. Thanks for the thumbs up. The other questions I had relate to items that opposition raised about 3 key items. And my question is to the planning staff about, because I would think that's the first point of engagement, to start making sure that those components are included in the plan, and ask what guidance or dialogue was there with the applicant about the connectivity and the open space management and the tree plan.
Okay, so connectivity first, we looked at that, the development next door, that's vested, there's no stub out from that property, so at this point, we don't see that as an opportunity to connect. To the south, there's a blue line stream. To the east, potentially there's a single family home right now. We didn't necessarily think it was appropriate to put a stub out there. The place type is also rural conservation. While it doesn't say you can't connect, it's not a place type that encourages connectivity like some of the other residential areas, like suburban residential and suburban mixed residential encourage a lot of connectivity. Same with traditional neighborhood. So I'd say that's kind of where we were at with the connectivity, just kind of finding it challenging on this property. And then, what was the next one? Okay.
The tree plan?
It's just no real adopted tree plan. So we looked at the rural conservation place type, and the plan was showing preserving 61% of the property, and the place type encourages 50 to 70% of land being conserved, so we felt like that was being met. So we didn't really have any comments for them there. And then the last one was
The open space,
open space. So 61% is shown in open space on here. And there's no real enforcement mechanism of that. It's going to go to the HOA and they're going to have it as common area.
a question about, back to the connectivity. You said that the property, if someone can go to the, thank you, I'm not exactly sure how recent this image is, but it's the property that the applicant also owns, that you said it's already vested and there's no stub out there, and so there's no way that can be done?
There's no way we could require, we don't see that we could require connectivity.
If I will say that we're kind of in this weird no man's land where we have a plan that's new, that's adopted, that does give us guidance, but it doesn't have a lot of strict requirements like shall statements. And so we are a little bit hesitant to make those broad sweeping policy changes without something that's more legally enforceable. So we are looking at the shall statements and making sure that those are answered, so the 50 to 70% guidance that's been met. So while the things that have been proposed are certainly consistent with the plan and supported by their plan, they're not strictly required by the plan. And so certainly up to you all if you would like to take some of those into consideration. But I think that's something we're working towards with the UDO, is creating more consistency within the zoning ordinance and the plan that we have. We're just not there yet. So we're kind of, I guess, trying to toe the line as staff as to, where that line falls as to requiring new things based on the new plan.
Yeah, I hear that. And I know that the UDO has just started. And so a realistic timeline for when that will be completed is further out. I'm not going to ask you to put a flag there, but I know it's not going to be next month. It's going to be a little while to make sure that we get it right. But in the meantime, we are in this sort of vague zone. And what I'm concerned about is that we do have guidance in this plan, but I feel like there's a reluctance to start asking these things of the applications that come our way, even when we have the opportunity to do so. So I hear what Ms. Warner has said, and I feel like she's answered these questions. But if we don't start looking at each one of the applications that comes in with this lens as to what can we do, I think we are, to Mr. Murphy's point, we're really not doing the work we're supposed to be doing.
Vice Chair Huber.
Yeah, just in general, with respect to these plans, and I totally understand what you're saying, Mr. Murphy, about, and Commissioner Adams as well, but they aren't really codified. We've got, the growth policy plan, which is the super arching plan out there, and then we have, the Knox County future land use. And now we have the current zoning, which is planned residential. That's what we have. And I don't think these things are called out in planned residential, and that's the struggle. Now, once we get to the UDO, and this body makes a recommendation on what should or should not be involved in the UDO, then that will happen. I think some of those things could get codified, some of them could not get codified at that stage, and I think that's when they get implemented. Right now, it's like, hey, this is a direction we want to kind of lean in, and let's talk about it more seriously as we're working through the UDO. So, but yeah, I look at it and say, gosh, you're 61% of it's being conserved right now. It seems a bit of a misnomer. It's in the urban growth boundary, yet it's rural commercial, which kind of compete, because the urban growth boundary is suggesting it should be higher density and more flexibility, but the rural side of it restricts it to, they want 75% or so, 50 to 75% conserved. But I think it's a great plan. I think it looks great. I think they're conserving a lot of the land, which is what it calls for. I don't think we can restrict and require things like, a management plan and things like that. Most of that will happen naturally through the homeowners association when it gets going anyway. But all that said, I'd like to make a motion to, I'm going to start with the variances or the
Alternative design standards.
Yeah, alternative design. Make a motion to approve the alternative design standard requiring Knox County Engineering Public Works. This one.
Yeah, so you want to start with this one right here.
apologize. Okay,
I think there's only one that requires, planning commission, it's the reduce the street frontage.
right, gotcha. I'll make a motion to approve the alternative design standards requiring planning commission approval, which will, number one, reduce street frontage from 25 feet to 24 feet. Is that right?
That's right. No, you don't, because planning is not required for that one. So
Gotcha.
just do this one.
Motion is on the floor.
I think you had a second as well.
Second.
Bear with me just a minute, I'm trying to sift through this.
The other way?
Hang on just a minute. Okay, I'm showing
So you've got one alternative design standard. Yes. There's only one that is required for approval. I'm not explaining. There's one, go up a little bit. Yes. That's the one that requires. There's an inconsistency right here.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion. If you'll repeat that motion one more time, please.
Happy to. I'd like to make a motion to approve the alternative design standards requiring planning commission approval. Number one, reduce street frontage from 25 feet to 24 feet.
And we had a motion, or a second by Commissioner Barger. So that motion was made by Vice Chair Huber. All right. Commissioner Biggs.
Just wanted to ask, I appreciate that we're kind of in this weird gray area between when the UDO hasn't been adopted. Is there an opportunity when we're looking at site plans like this to request like preservation of rights of way? Should the UDO in the future, kind of mandate or require that connectivity? We're not requiring the build out of, stub out streets to property boundaries that, don't make sense, but we're enabling that potential to exist in the future without unduly burdening the developer. I just wanted to, ask that question for comment from the group here.
Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, I appreciate that because I'm sitting here just thinking about Ms. Warner's answer, and the thing I'm getting snagged on is the applicant actually having this other property that is vested, it's already done, we can't do that. Well, I think what we probably thought of, and I don't remember that specific case, but someone here probably does, but why we didn't say, well, there's a potential that this could connect over here. If we're not doing what Commissioner Biggs says, like providing some kind of guidance, like if there's the opportunity here, we should do that, we're never going to see that opportunity because the comment was that one of the directions, there was a private home there. Well, someone sells a private home, and now that becomes an opportunity for connectivity there that we just didn't see then. So how do we start functioning now by building in those opportunities? To your point, before the UDO, not unfairly burdening someone, but making sure that we're not also unfairly kind of cutting off communities that we could have in the future.
Commissioner Midas?
Well, I don't have any comments on that, but I did want to ask the applicant, I appreciated Mr. Murphy's comments. One of the things he mentioned about clear-cutting property, it looks like there are some nice existing trees that are on the different sides of this property. Were your intentions on maintaining those mature trees?
So, a couple things. Most of the trees are kind of around the periphery of the property, and that aerial doesn't show it that great, but most of them are around the peripheral. And with PR, there is a buffer, there's a perimeter periphery buffer. And so most of those trees will be able to stay away from along the property boundaries, around the parcel boundaries, I should say. And especially because they're already in a buffer. We have the ability to grade in the buffer, but we don't necessarily have to. The way that the engineer drew this project, it's more centered on the property. And so if you look at the grading sheet of the plan, you'll see the grade lines, and you'll see the grading is pretty tight to where the lots are. So you can see that open space that is on the bottom of the screen, and again, the open space that's on the top of the screen, you can see that there's no grading occurring in those areas, because it's a generally flat parcel. Now, it's not to say that there will be no grading in those areas once the final plan is put in place, so the construction documents, some of that grading may have to expand for dirt balance or drainage, things like that.
Well, I think that's what we're worried about.
But generally speaking, the grading as designed by the engineer is tight to the lots so that we don't have to disturb those areas. So the way that it's drawn right now, and what we're working off of, given that they're not full design plans, is that there is about 8.6 acres of open space in this plan once the design is finished, once the project is finished. Of that 8.6 acres, currently, as shown, there are 7 acres that are undisturbed, which is roughly about half the parcel, just shy of, because the whole parcel is 14.6 acres, I think. And so that's the plan that we designed to try to conform
Yeah,
as
and
close
I understand the 7 acres being undisturbed and you're not building on them. I think I would like to know that there's just going to be, that they're going to be untouched.
That's what I mean by undisturbed.
Okay,
So-
all right.
So the difference is, so there's 8.6 acres of open space.
Mhm.
So what is not a lot or right-of-way, there's 8.6 acres in this plan that's open space. Now, some of that open space is the detention pond. Some of it is swales that run on the backs of the lot lines. That's the grade lines that you can see on either side of the lots there. So some of that 8.6 acres has to be disturbed to create the drainage swales and to build the pond. But I asked my engineer specifically, how much of the open space do you have that is not graded currently? And he said 7 acres. So we're trying to stay as close to that as possible.
Okay.
But the reality is sometimes you have to grade a little bit to create the drainage to get to the swale, to get to the pond. Sometimes you have to grade a little bit to generate the dirt to build the house pads. Or build the road grade to be the right grade. And so you have to consider grading on site occurs to help the site balance typically, rather than having to import or export dirt, which is trucking dirt from potentially long distances away to the property or away from the property. So we try to design these sites so they balance on site, and that affects how much area is disturbed ultimately.
Yeah, well, that's what I don't like to hear.
Sure.
You know?
I mean, that can happen, but that's true with every
And it's-
project, and it's the lesser of two. Does it make sense to keep the dirt on site, or does it make sense to truck heavy trucks across our county to bring dirt to the property to then leave a certain area undisturbed? The other issue is that we want the stormwater to work. We have stormwater ordinances that we have to uphold and follow, and that means that we have to get all the drainage through our stormwater plans. And sometimes you can't leave the natural grade because you're not catching that stormwater. You have to get it to the pond. It's a requirement for us to do that, and I think it's a state and federal level requirements for us to have to treat these the stormwater on these projects. And so sometimes you have to grade an area that you otherwise wouldn't grade just to get it to drain and for the stormwater system to work correctly. So those are all elements of these projects that I think, don't get talked about when we talk about undisturbed area, that are requirements of us to have to do. So I hope that gets addressed in the UDO.
Yeah, I guess I would like to see that there'd be like some sort of reforestation or something for any kind of area that gets disturbed, just so that you're replenishing.
Yeah, and I
what was
think
already
that
there.
the tree replacement comment is
Uh-huh.
appropriate. We do that in the town of Farragut. In our
Mhm.
projects, they have a tree ordinance, and we follow that to a T.
Mhm.
And, but, to say arbitrarily that we want you to have a tree preservation plan with no guidelines in place, what happens if a tree gets, has to be removed? What does it get replaced by? How many trees? What size trees? None of that exists. And so for us, we just can't arbitrarily go about, it would be an arbitrary process. There would be nothing to say that something is done correctly or not. And I think that's what Ms. Portier's comment was, is that there's no guidelines currently for us to follow.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that
Sure,
explanation.
no problem.
Commissioner Anderson.
I think I'm somewhat hesitant to even delve into this, but I think the reason why we don't have the word shall in a lot of our guidelines is because we have to deal with unique properties. And the conversation that we're just having, talking about, say, reserving a right-of-way for connectivity, but at the same time, we're saying, but you can't disturb any of the land where the right-of-way would be. You can't make it all work. Sometimes some properties just, you can't make it all work. I mean, we're preserving open space to try and comply with the plan, but if you were stuck on connectivity to a subdivision that's not there next door, well, then now you're messing up that calculation of open space because you're going to put a road there. Or, it just doesn't work.
I hear what you're saying, and I wish I feel like what Commissioner Biggs said in terms of there being some sort of third way that wasn't so written in stone that it was, meaning the developer wasn't able to put together a plan and building a road to nowhere. I don't think that is what I'm saying.
But even just, let's say that the property next door, maybe I'm not thinking about this the way that you're describing it, but if we wanted to think that adjacent property when it gets developed is going to connect to this subdivision, I don't know how a developer can build this subdivision and have a crystal ball to know where that connectivity might happen. And the same thing's true for the adjacent parcel. There might be characteristics of that site which make it impossible for the connectivity to line up. And so I think, and again, I think that's why we don't have the word must in our ordinances and codes. We have the word, we have suggestions. Because if we can make it work, great. But if you can't make it work, then you can't.
I think that I can't answer the question as to why it's not shall. I have my theories, but I think that it really boils down to an unwillingness to make a commitment there when you're not really sure what's going to happen next. But we would be in a much better boat right now, I guarantee you, if the development that Ms. Warner mentioned that's already vested and has been, we can't do anything about it now. If there had been some plan for connectivity there, it would then be instructive to this one.
Maybe, but what if there's a physical characteristic of this property that means you can't connect it? Do you just not develop it?
No, I didn't say that. But I think that that's looking at things through as opposed to that, if there's some physical issue, how do we work around that rather than there's this physical issue so you just can't do anything. I think there is a middle way there that actually helps guide developments and provide that connectivity for the communities that our plan is telling us to do, but we don't have teeth in it right now. So I understand that.
I don't know how staff could balance all of that and ever come up with a recommendation. That just, to me, and again, I'm not the wizard on this, but it just feels like that's, in some cases, just too much. And it would be asking staff to make determinations that are impossible to make. Again, if we went for connectivity on this, and in the future we did connect it, it might mean that it's no longer, say, in conformity with our open space requirements.
I hear what you were saying, that there's almost like a trifecta, that if you solve one, you're breaking another.
Right.
I hear what you're saying. But I think that if we begin doing this, we are forcing ourselves being these commissions, councils, developers, to look at the entire context of where an application is going to be and think about opportunities there to connect and make that a more viable thing, or to think about the opportunities for the trees, the open space. It just starts being instructive to us.
All right, Vice Chair Huber.
Well, we've got a motion on the floor for the first, right?
Yeah, alternative design standard.
Okay, do we want to vote on that,
Are these questions, the lights on, related to the alternative design standards, or you want, shall we vote on it and then continue the conversation? I see all the heads, yes? Okay, all right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
I'll go ahead and keep it going.
Motion passes.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the concept plan. We'll keep the dialogue
Okay.
going, but
All right.
just keep it moving. Approve the concept plan subject to 7 conditions. I'm going to amend condition number 5, though. It will read, if during design plan approval or construction of the development, it is discovered that unforeseen off-site improvements within the right-of-way are necessary as caused by the development, the developer will either enter into a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with the county for these improvements or reimburse the county for their direct expenses if completed by county crews to make corrections deemed necessary.
Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion by Vice Chair Huber related to the concept plan, to approve the concept plan, subject to the 7 conditions with the modified condition 5. That was seconded by Commissioner Levinson. And now let's pick up the discussion where we left off. Commissioner Biggs.
I just wanted to respond to some of Commissioner Anderson's comments. I agree with you. I think it's hard to prioritize right now, and there's a lack of clarity around what we're optimizing for. I hope that maybe the UDO is the place where we can clarify some of that in the future. And, does the open space requirement say, inclusive of, potential future right-of-way or exclusive of that? I think we can provide some specificity there. I guess I think I heard a comment about, the stub out and how do you know crystal ball where the connectivity is going to be in the future. Staff can correct me. I think that's something that we do in different areas where we require an actual, build out of a road for an adjacent property. So I don't think it requires a crystal ball, more just coordination with, staff on future development and site plan. So I think that's something that we have solved for in the past and can solve for. So I guess I don't see that as a gating option for something like a right-of-way preservation in the future. I'm not saying we have to do it here and solve for it at this point, but I do think that's something that's solvable, I guess.
Commissioner Overton.
Yeah, thank you. Kind of expanding on what Commissioner Anderson said, if you lead down that example he gave, where it's now impossible for the developer to meet the requirement that we've imposed on their development plan, I think you start getting into more dangerous territory in terms of what we impose being arbitrary. I'm not saying that the commissioners that have raised points about connectivity mean it in that context, because I agree with them that we need more clarity in the ordinances regarding connectivity. I think the way I think about it, if this is helpful, is as it stands, what we can work with is the idea in our general plan that we like connectivity, and we implement that through the connectivity standards and the subdivision regulations, which I will overly simplify. But reading them, it's like, if there are existing roads, if there are existing neighborhoods, if there are existing subdivisions. But in cases like this one, even though you make a great point that, the developer owns the connecting property, so it would only make sense, I think if we were to apply it here or not apply it here and apply it to a new situation and just open land, then you're getting into, and whether you win a lawsuit or not is not what I'm saying. I just think that it's a decision where we're creating inconsistency and creating uncertainty and creating kind of this like arbitrary pattern where it is definitely better for us, in my opinion, to address exactly what you're saying at the UDO and post standards, because I agree that we need to connect neighborhoods. But I think that we, if you follow Commissioner Anderson's fact pattern down, if you keep that going, then you just end up in some sticky territory that just makes my stomach kind of churn that I just don't like. And so I just wanted to add that, it's unfortunate that we have great ideas that maybe are not necessarily beyond the purview of this body, but just could lead us in directions that, with consequences that we necessarily do not intend, but that could end up with kind of these bad, inconsistent outcomes for developers. And then we're just kind of stuck in this world of, well, we did it here, but we didn't do it here, and trying to remember why. I agree with you guys. I just think we need to stick to what we have for now and definitely address it at a later date.
Commissioner Adams, but I just want to add one other thing. I try to give a lot of latitude to a lot of discussion here, and because it's usually, and it is quality discussion, but we do need to have limits to our discussions. And so I would recommend at some point in time that if we feel passionately about something, that we add it as a condition if possible, and then vote it up or vote it down. But Commissioner Adams.
I do appreciate all the conversation, so thank you. And because we have talked a lot about some of the items that Mr. Murphy raised, I would just like to hear a response to some of the things that we have discussed. If I could ask you to comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I'll be very brief. A root cause of why you're having this connectivity discussion and trouble is this, the concept plan, development plan for the adjacent property to the west was approved in October of 2023. It was approved on consent, and there was no discussion in staff report or any comments about requiring connectivity. It was just, even though the subdivision regulations strongly say that you should be doing it to undivided parcels next door, it wasn't done. Now you're left with, oh, we didn't do connectivity on the first one that went in, so now the second one. And I've just heard that we're not going to do connectivity to the adjacent one to the east. So, at some point, the question is, where do you start? And the subdivision regulations have not changed. Those have been codified for a long time, requiring that. Tree preservation plan, again, provided really good guidance. There are standards out there that the arborist community understands, and so that would be a great place to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other lights? Yes, we do. Vice Chair Huber.
Let's call for the question then.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve the concept plan. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 56 attached houses on individual lots as shown on the development plan, subject to 3 conditions.
We have a motion to approve the development plan for up to 56 attached houses on individual lots as shown on the development plan, subject to the 3 conditions, and that was seconded by Commissioner Barger. Seeing no lights, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we have agenda item 22, subdivision 0 Dry Gap Pike, Masana Investments LLC, location east side of Dry Gap Pike, north of Rifle Range Drive, 2.17 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 5 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, 6-lot attached dwelling subdivision. This will require 5 motions. Motion 1, related to variance 1, approve the variance to reduce the K value of Road A from 25 to 20 at PVI Station 0 plus 28.10, based on the following evidence of hardships. A, property is encumbered by a 75-foot drainage easement and a 150-foot TVA power line easement, which substantially reduce the effective developable area of the property. B, the easements are unique to the property and the shallowness and slope of the developable area makes it challenging to meet the K value requirement. C, approval of variance is not anticipated to be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare, as there are no apparent site distance issues on Dry Gap Pike and no through connectivity via this private road. All right. We also have a motion related to variance 2. Approve the variance to reduce the minimum right-of-way width of private road B from 50 feet to 33.4 feet where the right-of-way abuts the public right-of-way of Dry Gap Pike. A, the property is encumbered by a 75-foot drainage easement, a 150-foot TVA power line easement, which substantially reduce the effective developable area of the property. B, easements are unique to the property. The shallowness of the developable area makes it challenging to meet the required width. C, Approval of variance is not anticipated to be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, as the requested location is at the terminus of this dead-end private road. Motion 3, related to alternative design standard. Approve the requested alternative design standards as recommended by Knox County Engineering and Public Works Department. Motion 4, concept plan. Approve the concept plan subject to the 6 noted conditions. And finally, motion 5, development plan. Approve the development plan for residential subdivision of up to 6 attached dwelling units in the PR zone, subject to the 2 noted conditions. Is the applicant present? And do we have opposition? Any opposition? Would the applicant like to speak? Applicant does not choose to speak. All right, commission. Okay, Commissioner Anderson.
I'd like to make a motion to approve variance 1, which is to reduce the minimum vertical curve K value from 25 to 20 at PVI STA 0. Plus 28.10 on private road A.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have the motion related to motion 1 of the variance 1 by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve variance 2, which is to reduce the minimum right-of-way width of private road B from 50 feet to 33.4 feet where the right-of-way abuts the public right-of-way of Dry Gap Pike.
Second.
We have a motion related to variance 2. Approve the variance to reduce the minimum right-of-way width of private road B from 50 feet to 33.4 feet where the right-of-way abuts the public right-of-way of Dry Gap Pike. And that was by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the alternative design standard to reduce the street frontage of the proposed lots from 25 feet to 22 feet.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Vice Chair Huber, related to the alternative design standard. Approve the requested alternative design standards as recommended by Knox County Engineering Public Works Department. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the alternative design standard to reduce the pavement width of private roads A and B from 26 feet to 24 feet.
Second.
Okay,
Did I miss one?
was that the one from 25 to 20? Would you repeat that again, please?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the alternative design standard to reduce the pavement width of private roads A and B from 26 feet to 24 feet.
Okay, we have a motion to reduce the pavement width of private roads A and B from 26 to 24 feet by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Levinson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the K value of Road A from 25 to 20 at PVI Station 0 plus 28.
I think we already did that one, yeah.
Oh, we
already
did?
that
Oh.
one. Yeah, we got all the variances covered, I think.
Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion,
Concept plan?
to approve the, where's it to approve the concept plan subject to the 6 stated conditions.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Levinson to approve the concept plan subject to 6 noted conditions. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the development plan for a residential subdivision of up to 6 detached dwelling units in the PR zone subject to the 2 stated conditions.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Levinson, to approve the development plan for a residential subdivision up to 6 attached dwelling units in the PR zone subject to the 2 noted conditions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next is agenda item 23. This will require 4 motions. Subdivision is Black Ridge Point Subdivision, applicant developer Justin Briner. Location, south side of Black Road, east of North Campbell Station Road. Approximate acreage, 8.39 acres. Zoning, planned residential, up to 2.99 dwelling units per acre. Existing land use, rural residential, agriculture, forestry, and vacant land. Proposed use is attached residential subdivision, number of lots 23. Staff recommendation is to approve the variance to reduce the K value of Road A from 25 to 20 feet at PVI Station 1 plus 12.00 based on the following evidence of hardships. This property slopes down by approximately 62 feet from the edge of Black Road to the rear boundary. There's a 28.8 foot elevation change along the right-of-way of Road A from its intersection at Black Road to the approximate middle of Road A at Station 4 plus 00. B, the topography is unique to the property. Approval of this variance will result in less disturbance within the hillside protection area designated on this property. C, approval of the variance is not anticipated to be detrimental to public safety, health, or welfare, as there are no apparent site distance issues on Black Road and no through connectivity via Road A. Motion 2, approve the requested alternative design standard to reduce the street frontage of the lots identified since the development meets the applicable requirements of Article 3.03B.2 of the subdivision regulations and supported by Knox County Engineering and Public Works. Motion 3, approve the concept plan subject to the 9 noted conditions. Motion 4, approve the development plan for residential subdivision of attached dwelling units in the PR zone and a peripheral setback reduction from 35 feet to 15 feet along the western and eastern boundaries as shown on the site plan subject to 3 noted conditions. Is the applicant present and do we have any opposition? The applicant is present. Would you like to speak? All right. Commission? Commissioner Barger.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the K value of Road A from 25 to 20 at PVI Station 1 plus 12 based on the stated evidence of hardships.
Second.
All right, we have a motion 1 related to the variance by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the requested alternative design standard to reduce the street frontage of the lots identified since the development meets the applicable requirements of Article 3.03B2 of the subdivision regulations and is supported by Knox County Engineering and Public Works.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the requested alternative design standard per staff recommendation, and that was by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to the listed 9 conditions.
We have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly to approve the concept plan subject to 9 noted conditions. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the development plan for the residential subdivision of attached dwelling units in the PR zone and a peripheral setback reduction from 35 feet to 15 feet along the western and eastern boundaries as shown on the site plan, subject to the listed 3 conditions.
We have a motion by Commissioner Barger, seconded by Commissioner Daly to approve the development plan per staff recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next is agenda item 24, applicant Javante Cotner, location south side of Hardin Valley Road, west of Berrywood Drive, 2.02 acres. Zoning is planned residential up to 1 dwelling unit per acre. Existing land use is agriculture, forestry, and vacant land. Proposed use, 2 single-family lots. Staff recommendation, approved development plan for 2 single-family lots subject to the 6 noted conditions. Is the applicant present? And we have Mr. Greg Wanderman here to speak. Would the applicant like to speak first or defer to Mr. Wanderman? Okay. Mr. Wanderman, would you like to speak?
Greg Wanderman, 2239 Berrywood. I appreciate the conversations today and really, especially back on 21, looking at the discussion about the periphery and about the trees and protection. This property is obviously significantly smaller than a number of the other ones that you're looking at, but no less impactful in our lives and in the lives of the neighborhood that this property adjoins. This is a neighborhood that has been around a long time, 1978, I believe, and the homes are single-family, developed neighborhood, developed lots, trees, and so on and so forth. I think that the retaining this property as one dwelling unit per acre, as the county commission did, was the right call here. The development plan calls for these two 30 by 30 properties in the subdivision of this small lot in order to accommodate that. We've had an extensive discussion with staff about the, and I'm sorry, but I just realized I forgot to hand these out. May I?
Yes.
We've had a discussion, an extensive discussion with staff about this property and about the setback. The periphery, of course, is 35 feet. And what that means, the outer limits or edge, and how that's applied in all the other properties around in Hardin Valley. Of course, we can't find another property where that would be reduced to a 10 feet. What I've handed out is Mr. Vitkus, and I'm not entirely sure. I know he's the surveyor for Mr. Kottner. I don't know, whether he's a partner in that deal or not, so I want to address him properly. But the email that we received was actually from him. And here in the last couple days, regarding some of the comments and concerns that we had. Here, I'm sorry, I had a few extra. So the comments that I have are with regard to some of those items, and I appreciate him emailing us. But none of the items in there are binding, per se, on the issues that we have at hand. He talks about how he will not trap water on his property, but it doesn't address the concern, the grading. If you show the topography up here, we mentioned this last time, when this was up for the zoning change, that there were significant drainage issues here, that the entire neighborhood comes through this area and traps water, or could potentially trap water, and it would actually be trapped on our property. So there's nothing that with the grading there that would suggest that there's any protection against the natural flow that already takes place. In addition to that, while we had a different understanding of the 35-foot setback, he does too, and recognizes that a 10-foot setback, you wouldn't put a house 10 feet off of somebody's property line there, that the 21.8 is what they have put in order to try to alleviate that. So while we'd like the 35 feet of the periphery, that 21.8 feet, we're asking that it, at the very least, would be codified in this per his site plan. In addition to that, there would be something about the grading saying that the drainage could not trap water on neighboring properties or impede access to the culvert that is there where all of the drainage already goes. And so, while there are a number of other items, I suppose I ought to reserve any time there for if you have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wanderman. Would the applicant like to speak?
I'm not the applicant, however, I am his engineer.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm J.B. Turnmeyer, and I live at 2111 Woodson Drive. And as far as drainage goes, we have a state law that says this property has to receive the drainage from uplying properties and has to pass it to the low-lying properties. And so there's really no drainage issue there other than when we put the houses in, we've got to pass the water. Okay? Now, as far as.
Mr. Elliott, can I get a head nod? Is that consistent with? Okay.
Yes,
All
right. Yeah. Now, as far as the 35 feet, I'm not a surveyor, although I'm a civil engineer. And if you do look at some of the lots, particularly in the older part of the subdivision, they have no 35-foot setbacks, peripheral setbacks in them. So that's my only comment.
Okay.
Questions?
I think my question is going to be geared toward, Ms. Warner, on the peripheral setback that's shown on the plat. Do you have any comment about that?
Yes, so if you go to the zoning map, Nick, the peripheral setback applies to the entire zone. So it would go around this whole area that's zoned one dwelling unit an acre. It's always applied to external roads, so it would be on Hardin Valley Road, which is shown on the plan. And in this instance, the eastern boundary line that abuts those four houses, we're considering that a side setback. This isn't a separate zone, so it doesn't have its own 35-foot peripheral boundary. Now, this zoning has been around for a while. These houses were developed previously under different ownership, but it was all rezoned at the same time. So just because this lot never developed doesn't mean that it's not still a part of this same zone. Over time, the peripheral has been used it differently. So those lots actually do have a 35-foot peripheral on them, but it's just kind of something that's happened. It's the way it was applied then, but it's not how we're looking at it today and haven't for some time.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from?
Any questions?
Okay. Commission?
No, just, I guess a comment, and to dovetail into that, I have seen the peripheral setbacks when you have two different zones. You know, if there's a planned residential here and an ag next to it, they might have a tendency to want that 35 feet. But I agree, both these houses are facing Hardin Valley Road, so the front setback is on Hardin Valley, the rear setback is way up in the back on that hill. And you have side setbacks. You don't have, front setbacks all the way around, 35 feet all the way around, and both parcels, but the whole area is zoned planned residential, I guess. So, it's a side setback. I see how it could be reduced. I understand where you're coming from. It's kind of in the backyards and it's next to you. It's kind of peripheral to you guys, but technically it's more of a side setback to me on that.
Commissioner Barger?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the development plan for 2 single-family lots, subject to the 6 listed conditions.
Hang on, did we get a second? Okay, all right. Mr. Elliott, would you like to speak?
Something my staff missed during the review is we would like for these two lots to share a driveway, so could we add that to the motion? This road's highly traveled. We feel like they should share a driveway between the two houses.
Okay. Shared driveway, so we're going to add that as condition 7.
Yeah,
What's
can
that?
the engineer, can you speak to that real quick? And also,
Degree traffic engineer. And knowing neighbors, no, we should not have a joint driveway. It just gets to be a maintenance issue, long-term issue. Plus, we really need to be able to adjust those driveways. If you look at the topography out front, we've also got some easements out there, and we got a pipe already drains out there. So we need to adjust those driveways ever so slightly to be able to make them work good for connecting to Hardin Valley Road and to deal with the drainage. Question?
Should we consider maybe a
A postponement?
Yeah.
Just a 30-day to get this worked out?
Yeah.
What are we trying to work out?
Well, I think that engineering there may have been an oversight there that they want to look at a little more deeply and maybe have some conversation with the applicant.
With me? Okay.
Yeah, so I think, I see a lot of heads nodding here. So Chair will entertain an alternate motion.
I'll make a motion to postpone for 30 days.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Bard, postpone for 30 days, seconded by Commissioner Adams. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And my apologies, we dismissed that during our review.
No problem. 31? 31? Okay. Next is agenda item 31. This is, the staff recommendation is to approve the proposed child care zoning ordinance amendments because these changes are consistent with Knox County Comprehensive Plan implementation policies and State Department of Human Services licensure regulations for child care facilities. Ms. Hillman, would you like to add anything to this case?
No, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
And I believe there's
Do we have
a representative for the case present.
Jonathan Harris? And bear with me. Okay, and I guess this originated from the mayor's office, so who, Mandy, will you be speaking? Okay, would you like to speak first or let the opposition?
You can go first.
Okay. If you'll state your name and address, please.
Hello. John Harris, 1009 Olive Road, Knoxville, 37934. I am a parent of a 4-year-old. My wife and I both work and pay a large portion of our income to be able to have decent childcare for part of the workday. We've had to alternate taking off work over the last week to stay home with our child. I'm one of 9 children that was raised by a single working mother in the 90s. I spent my entire childhood in daycares, extended childcare until I was too old in the 6th grade. I became a latchkey kid. I am a former DCS foster care caseworker, and I am opposed to this amendment. I believe that having these redundant requirements in the code actually helps facilitate the license process. The facilities are built before DHS ever comes out to license, so having the requirements listed on the front end ensures that when DCS or DHS does come out, the business doesn't have to go back to the developer and get corrections or alterations. I would like to point out that many DCS and DHS caseworkers are beyond capacity for manageable case counts. If you make it easier to open these daycare agencies, how much of an increase is manageable for these departments to handle? 5 new facilities a year, 10, 100. There is a number out there that puts them over capacity. What is it? I think it'd be irresponsible to make it easier to open these facilities if it places a burden on other agencies and departments. I think this could be a better amendment if the commission would keep 4.91.01 Part E. When child care centers are proposed in commercial or industrial areas, the planning commission shall consider the nature of the surrounding land use, zoning patterns with regards to traffic, noise pollution, and other hazards that could endanger the health, safety, and welfare of the children. This requirement is not part of the DHS requirements, and removing it weakens the quality of development in Knox County. I believe that 4.91.01 Part C could be modified to exclude the area and height of the fencing, but it should keep that the fence play area shall be no closer than 35 feet to any public right-of-way. This is not included in DHS requirements, and it gives Knox County a higher quality of development and standard of safety. I am particularly concerned with removing child care centers from the use on review in the commercial areas. I know of one new child care center in Hardin Valley that has a 190 student capacity. I know there are other similar facilities in different phases in Knox County. 190 students being dropped off and picked up at different times of the day creates a big traffic impact, and that should have review from this commission. Developers' jobs are to maximize profits. Knox County Codes is there to ensure the codes are followed. DHS is there to license and inspect, but this commission is the only review of how a facility impacts the surrounding community and the effect of the surrounding area has on the development. The benefit of saving a few months on a developer's timeline is not worth the loss of this review process. Even if you review 100 of these cases and there are no opposition and no need for mitigation, eventually there's going to be a case that needs to be mitigated or denied. Think about it this way. The security guards out here slow down every single person that comes in the building. They pass hundreds of, maybe thousands of people through without saying a word. But the one person that they need to say a word to, we're all happy that they do. In conclusion, yes, there is a child care crisis. Remote work is being eliminated by the government instead of promoted. There's not enough qualified workers to keep the facilities that we do have operating consistently, and it is ungodly expensive to have childcare. I just fail to see how eliminating reviews and higher standards in Knox County and opportunity for the public to comment with this amendment would help parents with those issues. This amendment reduces the rights of the citizens of Knox County and their voice in the process, and I urge you to really consider that strongly. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Benedict, would you like to speak?
Hi, Mandy Benedict, Knox County Mayor's Office. We've discussed multiple times today that we're in the middle of creating a UDO, and clearly we have plenty of work to do there. These changes, the item is on the agenda today to help address a child care crisis that the chamber brought to the mayor. In working with members of planning staff, with members at the chamber, and with our codes department, we have the ordinance that is presented before you today, and it aligns directly with what the state does enforce, and they are the department that regulates and inspects these facilities. If you have specific questions about the ordinance, I would defer to our codes department or planning staff, but we do request your support and approval to help us address this crisis across the county.
Thank you, Director Benedict. Commission? Commissioner Midas.
Yeah, I have a question for Mandy. Did the city of Knoxville, do they align their standards with the state when they did the recode? And has there been any issues with that realignment?
The city has not aligned their standards with the state, and the chamber would have more information on how they're different there.
Okay. Do you mind, Ms. Nolan? Thank you.
This is what we consider
Ms.
kind of.
Nolan, would you give your name and address, please?
I'm so sorry. Amy Nolan, Knoxville Chamber, 17 Market Square. And yes, we have talked to the city as well. Their problem is actually is totally opposite. The county, what we've done here with the county is look for commercial and employment-related centers. We have a lot of employers that are looking at incentivizing childcare, opening up micro centers, joining with other employers to do, so we really focused on employment-related centers. The residential the cities is the exact opposite. They don't allow any kind of group family homes in residential settings, which is, I think, a much more detailed conversation with a lot of different stakeholders when you start talking about locating things in residential centers. I do want to say that it's a very complex issue. We have seen some additional state investment in pre-licensing. We have somebody on our staff right now that is working with DHS and other child care providers and employers. So when they begin the process of thinking, okay, thinking about adding a child care here, DHS actually comes on the front end to to pre-license and walk through that. A lot of recommendations on the state level as far as coordination, investing more dollars into the system. So this is really one piece of the puzzle that we think that will allow things to move quicker and less expense. This is not something that developers do. We're really talking about nonprofits, small businesses. Childcare is not something that anybody's going to get rich from. It's a very, very slim margin operation.
Thank you, Ms. Nolan. Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you. I guess I kind of wanted to say a few things. I think, first of all, I think that we do have a crisis in childcare. I think that it's incredibly important to recognize that as also of a father of two young children who was shocked by the price of childcare and the difficulty in finding a slot, it is something that makes or breaks decisions by families to be able to either start a family or be able to work. Having the option to have use by right in commercial districts to be able to support additional options for families to be able to get childcare, especially if these larger employers are then able to operate a childcare facility close to work to allow flexibility for working parents to be able to continue to work is just an absolute good, and it's a need that we need in this community. I do recognize, as everybody here is trying to speak for the needs and goods of kids, and I don't doubt that from any perspective, but it is important to recognize that there are many, many kids in this community who don't have quality childcare as it is, and that may mean that a parent who is already stressed and already dealing with a lot in today's world may not be able to work as necessary to provide for their family, or those kids are being dropped off in unregulated areas, or they're being cared for in other ways that are outside of the purview of this body. I think it's important that we provide a reasonable way to accommodate parents in our community to be able to provide that flexibility to our different commercial businesses to be able to meet the needs that we need in order to continue to grow as a community. I also want to point out that I appreciate the comments, Mr. Harris, about not wanting to overly burden DHS, but I think it is a little bit of a stretch to say that the commission that's supposed to be thinking about zoning and land use issues is somehow the qualified body to be discussing what's good for children at a child care facility. We do have those regulations already in place. They're at the DHS. They're already being attended to by experts in those fields, and for us to come along and say, yeah, we hear that, but we disagree with you, is not really a right that I feel as a commissioner I should have, and I'm completely comfortable giving up that right to be able to say, this is regulated by the state already, and we should be aligning that with the state to ensure that whatever decisions are being made benefit our community, and we're not unduly burdening parents, businesses, and the community members that we have. So, I would like to make the motion to approve these changes as listed by the staff report.
Second.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Gill, seconded by Vice Chair Huber, to approve the proposed child care zoning ordinance amendments because these changes are consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan implementation policies and State Department of Human Services licensure regulations for child care facilities. And we still have lights on. Commissioner Midas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other lights, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's break for 10 minutes and finish the day. Okay, let's get reconvened here and on to agenda item 32. This will require 3 motions. Applicant, Lynch Bus Lines LLC, location east side of North Burns Road, northeast of Nash Road, south of I-40, 6.21 acres. Present plan and zoning designation, low-density residential, hillside ridgetop protection, single-family residential neighborhood, and hillside protection overlay. Proposed plan designation, light industrial. Existing land use, transportation, communications, utilities. Staff recommendation, motion number 1 on the sector plan, deny the light industrial land use classification because it is incompatible with surrounding residential development. Hillside protection area would be retained. see here. Motion number 2, deny the light industrial land use classification because it is incompatible with surrounding residential development. Hillside protection would be retained. That's related to the one-year plan. Motion number 3. Motion number 3, deny the IG General Industrial District because it could have adverse impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. Hillside protection overlay would be retained. Is the applicant present? And do we have opposition? Yes, sir. Okay. Councilor Mullins, would you like to proceed or defer?
I defer, please. Thank you.
All right, and would opposition like to speak?
Thank you. My name is Candace Jones. I'm at 402 Burns Road. And I'd like to start out by saying that I'm here on behalf of several community members and people who live on Burns and Nash Road. Some of those people are not able to come to meet, and that includes some elderly and disabled folks. That's kind of how I got the default standing as the speaker. And I'd like to say that we pretty vehemently oppose this change. Every single neighbor that I spoke with on both roads opposes this change because they know this road and they know that it's not fitted. It's not consistent with the long-term plan. It's not consistent with the sector plan or the one-year plan. It's currently an R1 low-density residential, not even high-density. And this would be a major disservice to the entire community, not only now but in the future. If the bus line no longer continues to operate there, we now have an industrial area right in the middle of our neighborhood. I also want to say that the last time I was here, when this was postponed, there was a member that thanked, with NPC, that thanked applicants and communities that were speaking and trying to solve problems, and no one from the applicant side has reached out to any one of us, even though we have our names and addresses on a petition online. Instead, they retained legal counsel, and they posted their response 3 days ago. So that's been it's a big hardship and a disservice to us as far as putting together a response. I do want to note that it isn't just about people who live there and where their houses are, but we all use these roads on a daily basis. We have to travel them, our children travel them, our loved ones travel them, the elderly travel them, and there's a lot of risk to be spoken about there. As far as the zoning vehicle storage is classification in the city of Knoxville, they want it, which is available under 1G and 1H. The legal representative mentioned that it seemed non-intuitive that the city differed so much from the county on this, but I think that we all know that the city has the autonomy to make these decisions and land designations as they find most fitting. And I also want to note that that argument completely ignored the fact that if you look at the county regulation, the county zoning plan, specifically 3.54, is under storage of school buses. It says for applications that require review, no more than 8 buses can be held on site, and also that storage areas show that they have a direct access to a collector or arterial road. And that's not a local road, and that is exactly what we have here. In the report from MPC, it shows that our road is between 15 and 23 feet for the full extent. It's a hilly road. The whole thing is graded. We've shown that there's been damage to the sides of the roads, the cuts of the roads, and as well to mailboxes that are knocked down just from normal traffic passing on a daily basis. I also want to harken back to the county law. I know we're in the city here, but if the argument is that the county has a separate zoning designation they find fitting, it also notes that the traffic cannot pack adjacent properties, which with a lot of these houses, which are 100 years old, these houses in this neighborhood predate Asheville Highway, they predate I-40, they predate all of this industrial and commercial business that has been there. Some of these people have been on site, or their families have been on site for generations, and this is the only place that a lot of people have to go and to live. So this is not a place long-term that is going to suit the members of this community in this area. They've also argued that there has been industrial use on this road before, and that gives legitimacy to their request for the use, but that use was unpermitted and was illegal. I confirmed with the chief of zoning today with the city that the building structure that's on site right now was built illegally without a permit and was never resolved. So I would like to argue that circumventing those rules does not give rise for appropriateness for further industrial use. Topographically, and I'll speak to this again later, it's going to be very difficult to implement any kind of contingency plan for gas or oil runoff. That's going to be especially with the hill slope and the kind of runoff that we have from this hill slope. They're going to have to put a pretty rigorous stormwater plan in place. They're going to have to apply for the SPAP permit with the city to do that, and we've not really heard a lot about that aspect of it. Okay, as far as the
Ms.
access.
Jones, if you could wrap up, we're about out of time.
The access, I said, was dangerous. May I ask for an extension because I'm speaking on behalf of several people who could not meet today?
How much time do you feel that you need?
2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll give
Okay.
you 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Again, this is a burden to the residents that live here. They talk about access and the support from KCS, but there's only one school bus that actually serves this road. We are in the parental responsibility zone for the middle school, and the high school has a stop that is well off-site from this road down off Asheville Highway. So we would be carrying the burden of an entire fleet of school buses when our children only have the use of one of those buses. Another thing is the timing. They say that it'll be off-peak hours, but that's going to be an additional impact for us as far as negative quality of life because these hours are before and after the bus runs. So the bus that they use to access our road now is at 6:49 a.m. So when will they be leaving? At 6 a.m. or 5:30 a.m.? This is noise. This is braking. These are fumes. All of the things that are mentioned in the city that should not impact the neighborhoods, which are also in the county, that are going to be happening at these off-peak and very early mornings. Also with KCS, I know Mr. Dillingham has supported this development, but we've already had previous complaints about traffic violating the restrictions that are already on this road for large traffic, and that includes school buses. We've had school buses that run the stop sign, and we've had school buses that make illegal three-point turns in the middle of an intersection to circumvent their normal route. So the school does have, and according to the school, these are Lynch Bus Line buses that are doing this. So there is a history of problematic driving regarding school buses already. One thing too, very quickly, is that Mr. Dillingham never mentioned safety as far as the children are concerned, or the bus drivers, or the people on the street. So I think that's an omission to one of the circumstances that we have. Finally, they mentioned that the amendments should be justified to be changed. I disagree. My committee members disagree that there's no error in plan. By stating that this should be zoned industrial because the one across the street gives rise to the same argument. You can't say that an area has to be zoned the same as across the street, or it's not relevant. And finally, this was not a change in new information. This was a change in circumstance for Knox County Schools. There's been no change to development around the area in general. And as well, not every piece of land.
You slipped in two finallys on me, so let's wrap up.
I am done. Not every piece of land has to be developed. Our community deserves a buffer. That's partly a part of the planning issue.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Ben.
Thank you, Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street.
Councilor
Here,
Mullins, you may have 2 additional minutes as well.
thank you very much. I'm here for the applicant, and I wasn't retained when we postponed it. I've been retained on this from the beginning. When we're looking at this piece of property, you know, it is an odd piece of property. It's zoned RN1. It's sandwiched between the interstate and between a ridgetop. And whether it was permitted or not, for the past 40 years, this property, not just the building that was recently built on it, but if you look back at the historical aerials, and I did provide that in my letter, for the past 4 years, it's been used for, you know, basically a storage property. I'm not aware of any codes violations or anybody that have complained about that in the past 40 years, but I didn't go back and look. But this property has been used not as a residential development. I think it's ill-fitted to be a residential development given its location, but it has been used to store looks like semi-trailers at one point and other vehicles. The complaints, most of the individuals who signed the petition are complaining about the problems on Burns Road. The access to this, however, would be from Spring Hill Road to Nash Road. As Mr. Dillingham explained in his letter, this is a central and, hold on. This location is central and strategic to allow the buses to be stored in an area that would have the access to to more districts and actually reduce further bus travel, both for the drivers as they're going to get their bus, but also for the buses to go to different areas. So it's, this area is very kind of strategic in wanting to be able to have some type of school bus storage. Nash Road is in a 40 feet right of way. I did talk to city engineering, and they would require Nash Road to be widened along that about 415 feet or so between this property and Spring Hill to a minimum of 20 feet to address capacity. And once you get to Spring Hill, they'll be able to access Rutledge Pike and the interstate and spread out to the other places they need to go at that time. As Ms. Jones mentioned, there's only one school bus that accesses this Burns Road, so that entire neighborhood to the south, the traffic really wouldn't be going past that. They would be going past those 3 homes, 4 lots there on Nash Road. The traffic would be off-peak, so it would not conflict with most people going in and out of work. It'd be earlier and later. Stormwater, that'll get worked out in the permitting process. But when you look at just the overall zoning map as a whole and you pull back, there is already industrial zones on this side of the interstate, not just on the other side as well. And, I do think perhaps the city should consider allowing, school bus storage in more zones than general industrial and heavy industrial, but, we have to work with the zoning ordinance that we have. But given the historic nature of this property and its historic use, I don't know what the zoning ordinances were back in 1985. You look at the aerial, it was certainly being used for industrial purposes back in 1985, at least storage purposes at that time. So there is a historic use, whether it was conforming or not. So I do think this is a proper for this body to consider, giving the need for central locations for school bus storage to serve the overall community, to justify a plan amendment at this location. I think going back to that's 2010. 1985 was as early as I could find where it was used for that type of use. And again, it's isolated. It's not going. No one is going to be able to really see that what is located there. I would suggest, since no one has complained about it over the years, no one's really noticed that those activities were going on back there until someone comes forward and says, "Okay, the rules are this. We have to ask for this before we start doing it." So we're doing the opposite of asking for forgiveness instead of permission. We're asking for permission first. I would ask that you consider this, given the historic use of the property and given the need as laid out by Director Dillingham's letter for a centrally located school bus storage in this area. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Hillman, could you refresh at least me, if not others, what zonings are recommended under the light industrial? And then I may ask you, what are some potential, intensive uses in those zoning designations?
Sure, let me pull up the land use table. So industrial mixed use, regional industrial, and general industrial are the zoning districts permitted with light industrial. It typically the description for that land use classification is that it typically consists of older industrial areas used for light manufacturing, assembling, warehousing, and distribution of goods. Manufacturing such as electronic goods and packaging of beverage or food products. Substantial landscape buffers are expected between uses of lesser intensity, particularly residential, office, and agricultural uses. Location criteria is existing industrial areas. And then in terms of uses permitted with the general industrial use, principal one is general industrial, which is factory type uses. There's also warehousing and distribution, heavy retail rental, such as the Sunbelt rental you see nearby to the west, wholesale distribution, and the purpose statement for the general industrial zoning district states that it's incompatible with residential uses.
Thank you. Commissioner Midas.
I was just thinking about this. I drive by a bus storage facility on Dutchtown Road every day. And, you know, if the buses were to just sit there and not move, it would be one thing. But there are buses that leave in the morning, they come back after they do their morning drop off. They have to come back and leave again in the afternoon and come back. That's a lot of traffic, a lot of loud noise passing these in this residential neighborhood. And I just can't approve that. So I'm going to be voting no for it. And I'll go ahead and I will go ahead and make a motion to approve staff's recommendation to deny the light industrial land use classification because it is incompatible with surrounding residential development. Second.
Can I make a correction very quickly?
Mm-hmm.
There were several people on Nash Road that signed a petition against. We only recently got that added in.
Ma'am, if you'll come to the podium just for public record, please.
Sorry. Candace Jones again, sorry. I did want to note that I was able to help a group of residents update one of the petitions yesterday. They had it in holding, so there were little technical difficulties, but there are several members on Nash Road. Every single house that's on Nash Road is strongly opposed, and those are the people who would be losing their land to an expansion of the road. And I don't feel that they've been fully informed or fully realized what the impact is. So I'm grateful for your comment, but I want to add that. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Midas has made a motion, and I didn't get the second. Who gave the second? Okay, Commissioner Barger. All right, so we have a motion and a second to deny per staff recommendation. We have more discussion here. Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Midas. I'll keep it brief. I think there's a big difference between prior storage on site, even if it was non-compliant, and active daily use. I don't think those are really apples to apples in terms of use and impact to surrounding residents. And then I'd also disagree with the notion that the property is ill-suited for residential. There's residences both to the east and to the west, similar distances from the interstate. So there's existing examples of, ample residential use in the area. So I'll be voting to reject the rezoning.
Commissioner Gill.
Yes, I'll be brief just to point out a couple of things. I think it's important to recognize that I got to push back on the county allows this in a better use than the city, and that this is somehow incongruent. 40 diesel engines running every single morning is not a low impact. That is a fairly significant impact in terms of environmental impact and noise, particularly when that's happening at early morning hours as people are trying to sleep. That can seriously degrade the quality of life of the residents that are nearby who are driving by. And I think the opposition did point out, and I think this is a very important point that kind of took me aback a little bit, is that Nash Road is tiny, and in order to, that would need to be expanded per engineering. That is taking people's land away who have lived there for a very long time in order to support a use to store buses that don't even serve the community. I find that to be pretty objectionable ask for a community to not only bear the cost of the environmental impact, but also have to lose, land to widening of a road just to serve as a bus storage site. So I think that that's an important point to point out, and I'll be in favor of denying the use.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
I'm not going to be quite so quick to make a decision as some of my commissioners, but I had a question for Councilor Mullins. So how wide did you say the existing road is in Nash versus the right-of-way?
Staff didn't note the width of Nash. I did just do some measuring on KGIS, and it looks like it's about 16, 17 feet wide. There's 40 feet of right-of-way there. There's not going to be any condemnation to widen the road. It would be expanding within the rights the city already has to do that. So we wouldn't be taking the land in a literal sense, but we would be expanding the road. So I understand your point, but I just want to make sure there is existing right-of-way to do the expansion already there. There's not going to be a subsequent taking for that.
Do we know how wide we'd have to make it?
It'd be 20 feet.
20 feet, okay. It does look like, and this is pretty common in, I guess, the old city blocks is where the roads that are there are not using the full width of the right of way, but it almost looks like we would have to take some people's fences to do that, and that, I don't love that. Has that been considered, looked at?
Well, and I just had a conversation with engineering today. They said they would require it to be widened to 20 feet to address capacity issues. Now, exactly how that would be done, that would be something that would be worked out at the permitting stage.
Okay. But I agree with your point that we're not actually going to be condemning or taking land.
But in fairness, it would be, it would feel that way regardless, and that's the point you're trying to make.
Obviously, there are specifics in language here. I agree that this is not a new taking, but from the perspective of the neighborhood, that easement has not been realized for a very long time.
Right.
And there are several spaces in here where the fence runs right up to the right-of-way. I mean, to expand it out presumably 2 feet on each side, which obviously is not the case. They'd actually have to survey where they would do that. You would be impacting people's driveway lengths, you'd be impacting their fences. It would require them to significantly change their front yards. I don't think that is insignificant impact.
And I'm not arguing it's insignificant either, so. Thank you.
I think my concern is just the fact that it's general industrial and what could happen going forward, that it could, but we just don't know. But we know that there are some pretty intense uses, and we do deem them incompatible with residential. Let's see, any other lights? So we have a motion and a second. All in favor to deny per staff recommendation, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's see, yes, I'm sorry, that was for the land use classification.
I'll make a motion to deny the light industrial land use classification because it's incompatible with surrounding residential development.
Second.
Let's see now. Well, let me back up here. I'm not moving as fast as you, Commissioner Midas. Which one did you just give me? If you'll repeat that.
Deny light industrial land use classification because it is incompatible with surrounding.
Okay.
Did I already do that?
One-year plan? Okay. As it relates to the one-year plan.
Wait up to another document for the one that you.
Did I get a second?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Midas, seconded by Commissioner Barger, as it relates to the one-year plan to deny the light industrial land use. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Deny the general industrial district because it will have adverse impacts on the surrounding neighborhood.
Second.
We have a motion to deny the general industrial related to rezoning per staff recommendation. That was by Commissioner Midas, seconded by Commissioner Barger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, item 33. This will require one motion. Applicant Parker Bartholomew, location south side of West Emerald Avenue, west of Sunrise Street, approximate size of tract 5,547 square feet. Present zoning RN2, zoning requested RN4, existing land use single-family residential. Staff recommendation, deny the RN4 General Residential Neighborhood District because it is inconsistent with the intent of the zoning ordinance. And I see Mr. Bartholomew before us, and do we have any opposition? Any opposition? Seeing no opposition, you may proceed, Mr. Bartholomew.
Thank you. Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge Lane. This is an item that we postponed 3 months ago to wait for the missing middle report. Staff asked me to postpone again. I decided that we needed to come to a conclusion because at this point we don't have the missing middle report, and I don't know when we're going to get it. As staff mentioned at the review, I'm willing to settle for RN3. The request was for RN4. It was mentioned at the last meeting, or 3 meetings ago also, RN3 would be acceptable. This removes the fear of multifamily that comes with the RN4. So there's 3 differences mainly between RN2 and RN3. The first, and I think the biggest issue that we'll be discussing today is multiple primary structures are allowed in RN3 compared to RN2. Also in RN3, you have a duplex by right, and it's not a special use. And then there's 3 special uses that would be allowed in RN3 that are not allowed in RN2. One is a townhome, one is a fraternity and sorority, and one is an independent living facility. There's also some dimensional standards, but those don't apply to this lot because it's a small lot of record. It's 45 feet wide, so it doesn't meet any of the criteria for an RN 1, 2, 3, 4 lot. Previously, I'd brought some examples of what I'd like to build there. I think they were added as a comment. Single-family houses are not allowed in MMH, and with the failed appeal last month, both here and at BZA, multiple structures are prohibited with the interpretation of setback. I submitted a fourplex to Missing Middle, but the design was denied, so all 3 of the designs that I submitted are prohibited. I've now submitted a duplex for review, and in RN2, duplex is special use. It's allowed by right in RN3. I'm working through the MMH approval, but in RN3, I'd be allowed to do the duplex under base zoning. So if we can't come to an agreement on the design under Missing Middle, RN3 would allow me to do that by right and not have to come back here for special use. As I mentioned, I think the largest issue is multiple structures. On the last page of my handout, and I brought a updated one for y'all to look at today. As you all know, or maybe you know, I like to come bearing gifts when I come and speak. This illustrates the problem that we currently have in our community. In fairness to staff at planning and the building department, they're not really charged or encouraged to solve this problem. Honestly, when you all volunteered to sit on this board, I don't know if you had any idea of the mess that awaited you in this community. To afford a 1-bedroom in this zip code, it would require a yearly income of almost $54,000. This is not a healthy market. Of the options that I presented, the 4 tiny homes provide a home at the lowest price, and the single-family residential was the worst. When looking at the impact on the city, the fourplex and two duplexes generates the most tax revenue. I did this to encourage a discussion on how we solve this problem. I wanted to bring some examples to show you what we're looking at and actually put them into practice. Up to this point, the solutions have either included massive government subsidies, as is evidence of the development 500 feet away. It is 479 units, and it is requiring $216 million worth of investment, and of that, almost 3/4 of it is government subsidized. Or the homes that we're able to build only serve the top 25% of society. Most of the duplexes and townhomes that you see being built currently are selling well over $400,000. At no point in this process over the last few months has anybody provided a viable solution for the majority of the people in this community. With RN3 and multiple structures, I have a chance to solve it. Plenty will say that I'm destroying the character of the neighborhoods or not following the intent of the code. I encourage those discussions. Let me say for the record, I believe that the facts support that homeownership is one of the key metrics in lifting people out of poverty. Also, a healthy and viable neighborhood is one in which there's a mixture of people to include income, age, ethnicity, and beliefs. Let me also say that our current zoning code does not encourage neighborhoods to look like this. I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. Commission? Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you. I remember this case as it came up a little while ago, and I think that at the time I was in favor of a postponement specifically because I have a desire to see this issue being addressed through the Missing Middle guidelines. As has been brought up here, that we just haven't gotten that work done yet, which puts me in a really hard spot here because I'm also really not in favor of upzoning in city areas to address these issues. But I do think Mr. Bartholomew has tried to operate in good faith from the beginning to bring in and address an issue that we do have where he is trying to build using the missing middle housing guidelines, and he's not having luck. He just wants to put a duplex. I do not think a duplex is out of character for this area. I think it does allow for the density that we're looking for. And while it is my expressed desire to address this through the code, through our missing middle, and I will continue to make that known. At this point, we're being more process-oriented than outcome-oriented, and at the end of the day, we're looking to solve a crisis with our housing stock. We have a developer who's willing to invest in this area. He has offered a solution that would address that, and while it pains me to say this, as I again do not like to upzone, I think that RN3 is a reasonable way to move forward to accomplish the goals that I feel like, at least I feel, are necessary to address a housing crisis and provide for some density in areas that the community has already stated that they would like to see. So I do think RN3 would be appropriate in this regard, particularly to address the challenges that the code has placed upon him. That being said, I did have a question. You did say that under missing middle, your quadplex was denied under missing middle. Was there a reason that happened?
Yeah, there was some design guidelines that it didn't meet.
Can staff elaborate on that for me?
Yeah, this is Samuel. I reviewed the plan, or I can say I'm reviewing the plan. We received an application on December 9. I had some comments for revisions, and the applicant did not provide the revisions. Instead, he proposed a duplex. So we did not approve or deny the request. The applicant submitted a duplex plan this week.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bartholomew, can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, there's some dimensional guidelines that the fourplex didn't meet, and then also some front architectural guidelines. The look of the unit.
And that fourplex you can't make revisions to your plan? Because, I mean, you do see where this puts us, whereas if you can amend that and get a fourplex in there, I mean, that's two more units than your duplex, and we don't have to upzone.
Right.
Is that something you would do, or at this point are you tired of dealing with it and you just want to cut your losses? Like, where are we at with this? Because again, I'm trying very hard to find a solution that is, beneficial.
Yeah, when as we're working with building and the interpretations that we're getting, I think a fourplex would be very difficult here, just in general, with the setbacks, the way the notches are looked at, fire separation distances. In fairness, I've been encouraged that fourplexes will need to be stacked, and they will not be allowed to be back-to-back. I mean, I appreciate the conversation, but at this point, and what I'm being told is because fourplexes are getting designed so that they are being turned into townhomes, that the building department is looking at changing how they interpret what a fourplex is. And they're going to require it to be stacked. And when that happens, you have to then start talking about horizontal and vertical fire separation. And in fairness, I'm saying uncle on this one. They're saying they still need to have some discussions, and I'm saying on this one, one of the main reasons on this one where I'm saying fourplex no is because of the alley's been closed, and so I can't really access the alley. So there are other circumstances that are bringing that to that decision.
Thank you. Sammy?
I just wanted to add that staff had two comments related to anything to do with dimensions. One is the front setback. It would be the same requirement for a fourplex or for a duplex under the middle housing, that you need to be within the average of the block face plus or minus 5 feet. That doesn't change with a duplex or fourplex. The other comment was to provide a 2 feet wide recess or projection in the building wall because the wall exceeds 50 feet. That would also be the same regardless of it's a duplex or fourplex. So staff comment was not because this is a fourplex, it's because it just needs to be par middle housing standard, regardless of it's being a duplex or fourplex.
And I'll also just add that the middle housing report is due to come out in March as scheduled.
Can we come back to you?
Yeah.
You had that look about you. Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, I was going to ask, when is the report going to come out? Because February, if I'm not mistaken, is the 1-year time period. So Ms. Hillman just indicated it's next month.
Right. So I believe this was given a 90-day postponement, which was the maximum postponement, but we had discussed that it would be in March after a year to review.
And you or your colleagues may or may not be able to answer this at this moment, but does that report address the issue that the applicant is bringing before us right now?
So I can speak to that. So the middle housing report is a look of what has occurred over the past year. So it goes into some of the unintended consequences of the plan, some of the issues with it, and it does make recommendations, some general ones for proposed amendments. There are not proposed amendments that go with it. It is just a report that kind of outlines this is what has occurred. It breaks it into some data, some things like metrics and things that have how many applications and things like that. So that's more the purpose of the report. The amendments would come after that.
After that.
Mm-hmm.
So it would.
Based on discussion and things like that we heard from you all during that.
Yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Overton.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Gill about the upzoning aspect of this. I'm half and half. I think, you can look at it and say, okay, well, you've got CN and O within the same general, I don't know if that's a block or whatever you want to call it. You've got some industrial mixed use. I'm more comfortable with this particular parcel being RN3. It is just kind of smack dab in the middle RN2, like I'm not blind, but I think the surrounding area, we're going to be okay with it. Staff is working their tails off on this, so this is not a comment to them because we have processes that we have to go through and like they are already overwhelmed. So please hear me on that one. But I mean, at some point, we got to be able to build stuff and we got to be able to get people housing because rent is through the roof, housing prices are through the roof, interest rates are not projected to decrease. And at some point, we can't wait on, this body to review a report and then wait another 60 days to think about the ordinance amendments to then, think about the amendments to that at a meeting. And at some point, we just got to build some damn houses. And so with all of that into consideration, I would like to make a motion to, rezone this lot to RN3 because it's consistent with the surrounding area and it's desperately needed.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Overton, seconded by Commissioner Gill to approve RN3. And we have more discussion here. We'll go to Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, just a question for staff. I know the recommendation was to deny the RN4 zoning. Any difference in a potential recommendation if it was RN3?
While we do review, the reason we maintained the report as it was because there was no formal change to RN3, and we discussed those internally as a team, but I will say the same conditions apply with RN3, primarily that you can have more than one principal use in RN3, which would be misaligned with the intent of the non-conforming lot of record article, which allows any use that's permitted in a non-conforming lot of record. So it would still be increasing the intensity of use on a lot that's already non-conforming with its existing zoning.
Thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
I just wanted to ask the applicant if you had any comment about the report. And then I did have another comment.
I think this lot and the lots in Mechanicsville are going to be a prime target of the report. The 6-month report mentioned non-conforming lots, which this is, and mentioned multiple structures. So I think that, I will acknowledge that I'm probably asking you to do something that the report's going to tell you not to. In fairness, right? I know there's a motion to approve, right? My goal in this all along has been to figure out how to build houses and try to do it in a way that fits, right? And that means we're gonna have to change some things, but I think the report, and I haven't seen it, but if it lines up with the 6-month report, it's gonna say non-conforming lots are not intended to be missing middle, and multiple structures are not intended to be used on missing middle. So.
I'm really struggling with this because I absolutely hear what my colleagues are saying about, I think you said build some damn houses was, I agree. And what I'm struggling with is the fact that the motion that was made was because it is compatible with the surrounding area. And just looking at the numbers, you said, like, I'm not blind, yeah. Like, it's not. Everything around it is RN2. So it feels like it's a spot zoning to go to RN3, which we're not supposed to do that. And I'm struggling because I have seen this applicant come through multiple times. He has postponed things, and I feel like he is trying to do things in good faith to build some damn houses. And we have not caught up to the system, but it's the sledgehammer approach of upzoning this because he could disappear tomorrow. I don't hope that you don't, but then, we have this spot zone. So it's a really bad spot to be in. I'm just complaining, but I'm not sure how I'm going to vote.
Yep, I think this is a tough one. Commissioner Midas.
So your intention is just to do one duplex? Is that right?
My intention now is to, yes.
Why did you not request a special use for RN2 to do the duplex as opposed to wanting to upzone it? And then we wouldn't be worried about upzoning.
Right. Well, originally it was to do the fall under missing middle and to do the multiple structures.
Okay, but it's not anymore. So
Right,
can we
can't.
not just do a special use for, I mean, I know you still don't
The
meet
lot's
the
too
dimensional
small.
requirements, but
Yeah.
it was with RN3 too. It's 7,500 square feet for two-family for RN3, 10,000 for RN2. So you would have to get,
Commissioner Midas, I see Ms. Hillman wanting to weigh in, so it
do
might
that.
Well,
give us some answers.
So Article 17, the non-conforming lot of record. So under that, a duplex could be permitted under the base zoning of RN2 through the special use process. So if that is the intent, that can be accommodated with the existing zone. It doesn't need to be upzoned for that.
can we not just do that?
I mean, we could, if that's what you guys want. What it would happen is, I would go, I guess it would be 3 more months, and I'd pay another fee.
Why?
Because the rezoning would be over, and I'd have to apply for special use.
So there's no way we can wrap that into if we were able to make a motion to move to RN3, can we not make a motion to have this go through as RN2 special use?
I want to add that a duplex is permitted by middle housing under the current RN2 zone by right, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a special use.
Say that again, Samuel.
Yeah, say that again, please.
So I'm gonna actually say the uses that are allowed with its current zone for clarification. So with RN2, a house is permitted by right and a duplex is permitted by special use. That's under the regular zone. And then with the middle housing, a duplex side by side, a duplex stacked, a triplex, a fourplex, a townhouse small, all are permitted.
So I'm hearing what you just said as the applicant can build a duplex in the RN2 zone.
Yes, as a matter of fact, like I said, we received an application for a fourplex on December, and the applicant revised it to a duplex as of this week. We're reviewing it right now.
But I guess the distinction is, I'm trying to sit through this, it would be a stacked duplex by right in middle?
Not necessarily. It allows both stack and side by side.
Okay,
I guess
I
the
missed
only,
side by side, okay.
I guess with RN3, the only thing the applicant can achieve is having, for example, multiple fourplex on this lot under middle housing, 2 fourplex on this lot under middle housing.
Commissioner Midas, you
No,
want to pick
but you
up
don't
where
want to
you
do that anyway, right? So it sounds like he can do the duplex under missing middle for RN2, and we don't have to worry about changing anything.
Yes, one principal structure would be allowed under RN2, not multiple.
With the missing middle approval, yes.
Was there an issue with the missing middle dimensional standards or something? I'm sorry, I'm just
Yeah,
confused on how we
We're all Good lost question.
got to.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So our only comment was to push back the house a little bit closer to the property line to align better with the block face. And the applicant has done that with the revised plan for the duplex.
Commissioner Midas, would you
Yeah, no, I think
want to
that's,
continue?
I mean, no, that's it. I mean, it sounds like that would be agreeable. Is that not right, Mr. Bartholomew? For
Yeah,
you just to stay with the RN2 and apply for missing middle for the
There
duplex?
there were 5 conditions, not just the setback on the missing middle.
Would RN3 adjust that?
No.
So we have not approved or denied anything, so there was
But
no
there-
condition. We had some comments, and I can read out those comments if the planning commission would like me to.
Sure. Go
Yes.
I should clarify that the comments are for a fourplex because that's what the application submitted. And I sent out the comments on December 20, and we did not receive any revision on the fourplex at all. We only received a new plan for a duplex this week. So I'm going to read out the comments that I sent to the applicant on December 20 based on our review on the fourplex.
But hold on, you're going to be reading comments that were for a project that the applicant does not want to do now, and we're talking about a duplex.
I guess maybe he should read the ones that would be consistent with either way.
Yes, some of these would still apply, I believe, or I have not reviewed the new plan. So one of our comment was to move the building closer to the property line to have a minimum of 16.2 feet and a maximum of 26.2 feet between the primary structure and the front boundary. Article 4.6.C3 requires that front setbacks shall be the average of the block face plus or minus 5 feet, in no case less than 10 feet. Here, the average of the block face is 21.2 feet. This would still apply regardless of it's a duplex or fourplex. Comment 2 was with regards to design standards. I believe the front elevation is primarily the same as the fourplex, so they may still apply, but I have not reviewed it. We just received it today, yesterday or the day before. We had a comments about the front porch, eave overhang. Third comment was the transparency calculation for a fourplex, which requires 20% transparency on street-facing elevation. For duplex, it would be reduced to 15%. Comment 4 was to provide 2 feet recess because the elevation, side elevation exceeds 50 feet. In this case, it would not apply anymore. And comment 5 was to change the window pattern to incorporate more traditional window forms, at least on the street-facing forms, which are compatible with the existing houses in the surrounding area. The contemporary two-story building form and the size and pattern of the windows are inconsistent with the surrounding one-story houses that includes minimal traditional houses and craftsman bungalows. And then we also attach some photograph of existing windows and local fourplex examples.
Thank you. Commissioner Overton?
I have even more questions. So I heard you say the average of the block face front setback thing that we got into last meeting. Is that going to prohibit is that gonna prohibit your development?
That will not prohibit the duplex. Of those 5 that they mentioned that are going to be the same, right, from the fourplex to the duplex, it comes down to the design standards within missing middle. Underneath base zoning, the design standards are not there, right? So this hearing allows me to do in the base zoning without design standards, right? Or if I get missing middle, I'm going to go under missing middle and I'm going to do missing middle, right? This is, and I could do a duplex in either one, right? If I have to do it under base zoning, I have to come back here for special use, or I have it by right in RN3. That's the design standards under missing middle. Like, we know that I don't agree on the setback thing, right? But that's not really up for discussion here, right? It's the design standards and the window patterns and the other stuff that I'm looking at, and I'm going, I'm kind of tired of fighting on this one, to be honest with you. And with where I'm at with the building department after we get this approved at Missing Middle, I already know that I'm going to have challenges there. And so I'm saying, right now, I rezone, I have a duplex by right. I'm either going to be able to build it under base zoning, or I'm going to be able to do it under Missing Middle when it comes, right?
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. I think what we're finding is, as great as Missing Middle can be, is presenting some real challenges with developers and challenges that are prohibiting development that's needed. On the other hand, I can hear, and I don't disagree, that, well, then we're rezoning for a particular development. And, we're upzoning a property that's surrounded by RN2 for the most part. I mean, I personally would be okay with RN3 because of the reasons I said with the office and mixed use, but I'm not going to die on that hill. So I guess I'm still okay with RN3 here. I welcome friendly amendments and anything else to my motion because I'm not the expert, as evidenced here.
Let's go to Commissioner Higgins.
I saw you turn on your light. Do you have a comment that you wanted to make?
Well, I was just going to kind of address something that may be the elephant in the room. So Missing Middle housing it does allow you to build a little bit more intensity, but the exchange of that is that there's design standards. So it's not just here's some intensity. It's here's some intensity, but there's these other things that go with it. So you're kind of giving and getting at the same time. So you could do the duplex under base zoning because it's got that non-conforming part built into it. There are some design guidelines regarding duplexes under the base zoning, but they're not quite as stringent as what you would see in middle housing. So really kind of the issue here with RN3 and RN2, because the missing housing standards are the same no matter what you want to build, it's whether or not you want to see multiple structures on a lot. I think that it really comes down to that, if that's helpful.
My question is from a comment that was made, and clarification, and the further we've discussed this, the further away from our primary conversation this question sounds. But I do want to ask, that you made a comment that the plans review building department is changing their interpretation of quadplexes to require stacked quadplexes?
Potentially.
We have someone in this room who would know and maybe be able to comment to that if they wouldn't care to, and whether that's what that looks like. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I'm curious if you could comment to that, because I know that side-by-side quadplexes are very common. Do you know if your department is looking at requiring them to be stacked?
No, that's news to me. The only thing I can think of is if you've got 4 in a row, we would call them townhouses, because they would meet the definition of a townhouse versus the quadplex versus stacked. But that's the only the separation that I would think of. But I haven't been privy to those conversations, and I'm not sure if it's a building issue or a zoning issue.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I ask is this conversation with Missing Middle and restrictions. I do think that trying to make it as easy as possible is good. That's part of our goal, but also I recognize that the design standards are there for a purpose. And so these are kind of unrelated things. The technical question about the building types and then also the design standards. I think in this case, rezoning to avoid design standards, it seems really out of character. So I'm all for the RN3 as well. I think that we're kind of in an area where RN3 is appropriate, but I think rezoning to avoid quality is kind of a step in the wrong direction.
Okay, Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, I I think that I'm clear now, which is that the housing can be accomplished in the zone. The two comments that I heard Samuel read were an overhang and a windows placement, like the style of windows and how many there were. Like, these were the two design components that I heard. That the applicant seems not interested in pursuing those, and that is why we're going through these circles. Am I?
Yes, we also had a comment about the front stoop or porch and the setback.
Yeah. And I'll ask the applicant, I mean, it's the design standards that you're objecting to.
No, it's not the design standards, it's that right now I don't know. And I haven't been able to get clarification. And a good example of that, like, I legitimately think I was in the meeting and it was recorded where Peter and the rest of the building department talked about fourplexes. And if I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to come and say I'm wrong, right? Where it talked about that. It might have been one of the landscape things that we have. There's been so many meetings on this, and, right? What I'm saying is, I know under base zoning, I can get a duplex. I don't know if I can get through missing middle with the design standards, and now we're not allowed to have cantilevers. I shouldn't say we're not allowed to have cantilevers, but now cantilevers are being counted as impervious area, and building coverage, and it's on a second story. Like, there's so many things that are moving here, and I'm saying, for me as an applicant, RN3 base zone, I know I can get a duplex. Like, there's no discussion. Now I'm gonna have to have parking, right? And I don't wanna have parking. I'd like to be able to use parking.
But in missing middle, you'd be in a better scenario.
Right. There's a lot of different angles that I can come at, right?
Mhm.
What I'm saying is, with RN3 and base zone, I have that option available to me, or I come back. If you can do RN2 and special use and I don't have to apply for another one, I'm cool with that, right? What I'm saying is, that it gives me multiple options to get to a duplex, right? Because things are changing between the building department and the planning department, and the building department says talk to zoning, zoning says talk to BZA, BZA says talk to planning, right? And we're going in a circle. And so this was a path for me to simplify this and say, hey, base zoning, I'm gonna have to provide 2 parking spots and I got a duplex, right? Or I can do missing middle, figure out if they like my design. The design's a modern design. It's not the craftsman style design that they want in missing middle. It doesn't have windows that articulate and all this. Okay, right, I get that. If I can change those things and do that, I'll do it, because I don't have to do parking, and then I don't have to deal with city engineering, right? So, like, there's trade-offs. What I'm saying is, today, I could get an answer on base zoning, and I waited 90 days for that, and so I want an answer on base zoning. And if it's special use, I'm cool with that too. I just don't, if somebody could tell me if we could do that, that'd be great.
I just want to say that I think Ms. Potier pointed out, like, missing middle was structured you get a little more density. The trade-off is you got to work to match the neighborhood. And I think that was an important, quote, selling point to make folks feel comfortable with the first launch of missing middle and TDR. And don't worry, we're not going to come in and do things that are just radically different from your neighborhood. And I love the fact that, we've got a diminished parking requirement there that really helps with some of that congestion. So, your motion right now is to move to RN3. I feel not great about that. But I would very much support an RN2 special use to make that happen, or the RN2 missing middle, so that both of those routes are viable and the duplex can happen, and we've got some housing then.
Yeah. Can I ask, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask if, legally or whatever we're doing, can we do a special use right now? Because I just really don't want to have to postpone this again. And I know there's criteria.
Councilor Whiting, talk to us.
But I'll read it.
I'm going to have to actually look that up, because I can't answer that off the.
Because my thinking is, and this is just me, not any basis legally, but if someone gives me the special use review and we go through it and I say why I think it's fine, or anybody else is welcome to, it doesn't really, please don't make it me. then that's cool with me, but I don't want to go crazy here.
My concern would be, as you would probably expect as an attorney yourself, would be the notice requirements that we are required to comply with. So that would be my primary concern. But I have not seen this very issue arise in the context of one of our meetings before. So I would want to take a look at it before I give you a firm answer.
Counselor, we were contemplating our RN3. It wasn't noticed.
Well, no, it wasn't, but it's a rezoning matter, and what we're talking about is shifting to a special use potentially. So I think that would be the concern.
All right, I'll stick with RN3 because I don't think we need to go crazy in that gray area. I'm comfortable with it, but I get what everyone's saying.
Just to muddy the water, I would be open to a 30-day postponement if that would make everybody feel better too.
I think that would be awesome.
Okay. Let's,
But we have a motion on the floor.
I'll amend it to postpone.
Yeah.
I'm out.
May I interject something? I believe Dallas, and you can confirm this, do we have enough time to do a 15-day advertisement to put special use on the March agenda?
Yes.
So we could possibly do that instead of a 30-day postpone, I mean, I guess you could do both, you could postpone and try to do the special use. And I'm just trying to be.
So what would be the option here, to withdraw or?
I guess you could think this through. I'm thinking on the fly here. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Yeah, maybe table to get the special use through. And I will say that next month, also on the one-year plan, we are we're making a recommendation to remove the criteria that's in the one-year plan, which makes it easier for us to be able to recommend approval of special uses. So something to consider.
Would you be up for a table?
Yes. I'm trying to work through this, so if it's table, postponement, I want to have these discussions.
I think a table might be the best route,
So moved.
but we've got two here that we need to.
No, I'm done. Let's table this. The whole point is to try to get something built, and if we can do it under RN2 and special use, let's do that. So whatever we need to do, if our option is to table, and then we will do a special use, and if that's successful, you can withdraw.
Yeah.
And in fairness, if I get the missing middle, I'll probably withdraw.
Well, that's what I'm expecting to happen, so let's do that.
Yes,
Okay, so I guess we need a motion and a second for a table. And do we need to withdraw the motion? What do we need to do?
Commissioner Evers looking
Okay, would you like to amend your motion?
Absolutely. I'll amend it to table, and what else am I doing? Postpone? Tabling.
No,
We're
just
tabling.
it.
And I keep my second, yeah.
Okay. So we've got a motion to table by Commissioner Overton, seconded by Commissioner Gill. I see no other light, so all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Boy, we went the long way on that one. All right. Agenda item 36, applicant Knoxville Multi-Use Stadium Development. Location south side of East Jackson Avenue, west side of Florida Street, northeast side of Stadium Way. Approximate size of tract, 13.277 acres. Zoning is industrial mixed use, hillside protection overlay, floodplain overlay, and planned development. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land, and under construction. Proposed use master sign plan for Knoxville Multi-Use Stadium Development. Staff recommendation. This will require one motion. Staff recommendation, approve the master sign plan for the Knoxville Multi-Use Stadium Development as submitted, subject to the three noted conditions. Is the applicant present? We do have the applicant representative, and do we have any opposition? I think we have Ms. Feld to sign up to speak, and Ms. Feld, would you like, I'll ask the folks that are representing the applicant, would you all like to speak, or would you like opposition first? Not necessarily opposition, comments first.
Comments.
Okay. Ms. Feld?
Thank you. My name is Joyce Feld, 1540 Aguila Avenue, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919, and I'm here on behalf of Scenic Knoxville. And I don't really oppose this plan. In fact, we reviewed it, and I'm sorry, I'm recovering from a cold. And we reviewed the proposed master sign plan, and we found that there were many commendable qualities to it. And we appreciate that there are no digital signs, no revenue-generating signs, and no ground signs, and that the signs shown in the proposal are tastefully designed. So we thank the applicant for those aspects of the plan. We had some questions and concerns. One was that the applicant is calling 3 large signs at the Jackson Avenue entry to the stadium murals. And the plan says that they'll be either painted or vinyl. These signs are designated as S2, S3, and S4, but they have not specified what will be on these murals and whether they expect to change them over time. So we would just appreciate more information about how these signs will be used and what they will look like. One sign that is not on the master sign plan, but we found a rendering of it elsewhere. It depicts a very large and tall sign that goes over the top of several of the buildings, and it's labeled Covenant Health Park. And its size and placement are designed to be clearly visible from more than one right of way, but it's not included in the master sign plan. So we are asking why it's not part of the master sign plan and what criteria we used when permitting this sign. And then finally, we have questions about the large digitized scoreboard that will be inside the stadium. That's also not part of the master sign plan because it's inside. I just did have a conversation with the applicant and may have gotten some of my questions answered, but I'm going to go ahead and ask them anyway. For one, we wanted to know if that digitized scoreboard, which appears to be very large, is going to be visible from any right of way. And if it will be visible, we are concerned that it could be distracting for passing motorists and possibly result in increased traffic accidents. And this will be especially true if the sign is animated or it uses blinking or flashing lights, because it could also be the cause of unnecessary light pollution, and it could be an unnecessary eyesore. So we're asking, will there be any shields that will reduce the potential for negative impact from this sign? Will the sign be illuminated when there are no events taking place? Will it be illuminated when there are events other than baseball or soccer games? Will there be any control over the hours that it's allowed to operate? Will there be any control over how bright it can be? And will there be any controls over how rapidly the images can change on the screen? And again, we're not concerned about anything that goes on inside the stadium. We're concerned about whatever is visible from any right-of-way outside the stadium. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Feld.
Hello. I'm Elon Berry, 402 South Gay Street, Suite 201. I'm a project architect on the design team and speaking today on behalf of the design and development team. So CDIC Knoxville has specifically asked for clarifications regarding the proposed mural type signs along Jackson Avenue located on the stadium itself. The master sign plan indicates the location for these future mural signs. However, the content of these murals will be determined by the city. They are intended to be a permanent type sign. Regarding the scoreboard and Covenant Health Park signage, these signs are not included in the master sign plan application. We are requesting the approval of the signage included in the package as submitted today, and appreciate planning staff's recommendations. If there are any other additional questions, we are happy to address those.
Okay, Commissioner Adams.
Can you answer the question? You said that the content would be determined by the city, but do you know if that content, there was a term that was in in Scenic Knoxville's comments about promotion, it was not promotional, but it was essentially money-making, things that are
Right.
going to be, yeah. Do you know if it's going to be that type of?
No, it's not a rentable area sign, which I believe is the term they used.
And then also, there were several questions that were read off by Scenic Knoxville that we didn't hear the answers to. Are you able to?
Right,
this?
so the scoreboards are specifically exempt from sign regulations in Article 13.3. That's why it's facing the field. That's why it's not included in the master sign plan. There are representatives from the city here today that can speak to why other signage may not be included, and I will defer to those representatives.
Hi there.
Hi.
Peter Aarons, Director of Plans Review and Inspections. Specifically, what would you like an answer to?
Well, some of the questions that were read out loud were questions that I remember being concerned about when the stadium came through to begin with, and I was told this will be addressed in the signage master plan. You'll get a chance to review that. And so I was fine with that. But these questions about shields and, how illuminated they are, how they're affecting the sight lines,
Sure.
those sorts of questions, if you can answer
Sure.
those.
When those are installed, traffic engineering will have a chance to look at that to make sure there's not negative impacts on roadway traffic. Besides that, I don't think a scoreboard's a scoreboard. It's going to have lights flashing. It's part of the experience, I would imagine. I haven't been part of that conversation. I just know that it's not regulated by the zoning code.
But this question was about, would it be illuminated when there aren't events taking place?
That one I don't know the answer to.
I guess more importantly, are there any regulations related to that would restrict it? So if they wanted to keep the scoreboard lit, could they? It's exempt, right?
It is exempt.
So I guess they could. I go by Neyland Stadium.
Sure.
And I see their scoreboard lit at off times.
As do I.
Yeah.
Which is
so-
one of the reasons I wanted to ask this.
But if they're exempt, we would have no authority.
If I may, during when the final plan came through, there was a condition, it was number 11 of not the preliminary plan, when the final plan came through. It says flickering or flashing lights, searchlights, or other high-intensity lights, if approved through the Office of Special Events, shall be shielded or pointed so as not to attract traffic safety. So I guess I'm wondering if, that would fall under, if the scoreboard would fall under that. So it seems like there might be, like, you'd be able to see that there was the scoreboard there, but the lights would be shielded in such a way as to not have glare on the drivers. It's putting you on the spot by
Would you
asking
care to
for that.
reread that, Ms. Porche?
Sure. Again, condition 11 of that staff report, that approval, it says flickering or flashing lights, searchlights, or other high-intensity lights, if approved through the Office of Special Events, shall be shielded or pointed so as not to affect traffic safety.
Does that pertain potentially to the scoreboard?
And that was kind of why I was bringing it up. I was kind of looking to see, I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm trying to get an answer to this question.
Yeah, I think that our traffic engineering department would never allow for distractions to drivers. That's part of what they do as they review plans with the city.
Would the applicant representative like to comment about that? Do you have any knowledge about, are we carte blanche exempt with the the scoreboard?
I believe with the scoreboard itself, that it being an actual scoreboard, that it is exempt per Article 13.3. The intent is that the scoreboard will not be on during non-event times, and anything, if there were a concert or something like that, those events are permitted separately through the Office of Special Events.
The other question I have is about the the sign that wasn't, I don't think that it's the scoreboard, it's this other sign that was not in the plan? Can you speak to that at all?
The Covenant Health sign?
Yes, that one, because it seems like
The Covenant Health
an
sign.
important and significant one, but it's not included.
So that sign, it's not part of this master sign plan. It's also on public property. It's not on private property. And so the zoning code does not address that which is on public property in right-of-way. Not right-of-way, but public property.
So would that be synonymous with, let's say we had these digital billboards or whatever you call them at the convention center, and I don't think they comply with our zoning code because, are they exempt because they're public?
Yes, because of the location of where they're at. So the zoning code applies to all land uses and structures which are in the city of Knoxville and which are used for private or non-governmental purposes. And so as a public stadium, it wouldn't be regulated by the zoning code.
Ms. Phil, do you have a question?
Well, if I remember correctly,
Would you come to the podium just for the public?
are you saying that signs on public property are not regulated? Well, I didn't hear. What did you say, Peter?
Not by the zoning code.
Not by the zoning code. I didn't think that was true because I remember when that discussion was had and it was when we rewrote the sign ordinance in 2015, that was a major topic of discussion. I believe that if I remember correctly too, the signs on the convention center, they were grandfathered in, number one, but number two, then they applied to expand the downtown district to cover the convention center. So the downtown district has its own set of sign regulations, or they can be approved by what used to be the Downtown Design Review Board. I don't remember what it's called now.
DRB.
Okay, so those signs were regulated by the Downtown Review Board.
Okay, thank you.
But they weren't allowed because they were on public property. That's my memory.
Does that mean that the stadium, since it's downtown, would have this sign be wrapped in and part of that design review board?
We're not approving that sign, so I don't know if there's any need for really that discussion, because it's not in the package and we're not approving it, so. So if we had authority over it, I would imagine they'd have to come before us, but it's not in that package. Is that correct? That sign is not in the package? I'm hearing it from both the applicant and Ms. Feld that.
And my question was, why wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess I'm asking the same thing, because when you do sign, that seems like a pretty big part of the master signage plan.
I get the curiosity, but we're here to approve an application, and it's not in the application.
It seems like an omission.
Well, if it is, then they're gonna have to deal with that.
What does that mean?
That means
Yeah, I would
it's
think-
not approved.
Yeah, I mean, if there's gonna be, if somebody deems it not in the application, it should have been, then it'll have to come back through, right? That would make sense.
There'd be a revision, I guess, to the application, and we would have to approve it. I mean, what?
I hear what you're
guess what
saying,
I'm
I'm just kind of flummoxed because it seems like a pretty big omission, and
But it
I don't
may
want
not
to.
be- But it may not be an omission. I think we're sitting here supposing, and they are confidently sitting here waiting on us to review an application, and that sign is not in that application. I don't know that we ever have the authority to approve or disapprove of something that's not in an application. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you, but it seems like when we review things, a development plan, for instance, if it was missing a big component,
But it's not
You
our
would
job-
say-
But it's not our job to police that. I mean, if they missed it, and they're gonna have to deal with the consequences of it.
I'm concerned that we're going to have to deal with the consequences of it, because we would be approving a plan that had an omission but not.
But how did we face the consequences. That sign is not approved if it's within our authority.
I guess it seems that for a master sign plan, that there would be from the city, here is what must be included in that master sign plan. Like okay, is everything in there? And
They're saying it is. They're saying everything is in there that needs to be approved. That's the applicant. That's the only thing we can go by.
I guess I'm saying that the city would do that. Like, not in this case, that an entity that is not asking for permission, but an entity that is saying, here's what you need to put in front of us, would do that. I feel like I'm not making sense.
Well, I've got a comment real quick.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Well, if you look at the staff recommendation, and I think this gives you a backstop, Commissioner Adams, it says, they recommend approval of the master sign plan for Knoxville Multi-Use Stadium, so forth. Number one, meeting all applicable requirements of the City of Knoxville zoning ordinance. So if they don't meet it, it's not approved. Number two, meeting all the requirements of the engineering department. Number three, meeting all the requirements of Knoxville Plans Review and Inspections Department. So what I'm saying, I guess, is if somehow this thing slipped through and this one sign wasn't involved and somebody pointed it out, then it's not approved. You follow me? Does that make sense? And then
That is correct. It would not be approved if it was in our authority.
I think, though, there might be another way to look at it. So if I understand this right, what the city does on its property with its sign is not in the purview of this body. Where I think maybe Commissioner Midas is making a point,
Adams,
is making a point, is that if that sign is going to be taken together with the rest of the signage, should that be taken into account when you approve the master package? And I'm not saying it does or doesn't, because the city can do what they want.
Let me offer this to you. What is the proposed solution here? What is the proposed solution? Just give me an idea of, if we're not okay with this, what is it that we're not okay with, and then what do we do?
What I'm saying is that I haven't seen this sign in question. I've seen a small little screen grab that is included in a comment from a leadership in scenic Knoxville. And so I'm trying to figure out, should this have been included or not? I'm not at this point saying yay or nay, good or bad. I'm just saying this seems like it would be part of the master sign plan, because it's probably the most significant sign in the entire thing. So it seems weird that it's not here. I'm not asking to have more approval than I deserve. I'm just saying, like, I'm confused.
Your curiosity is well placed. I get it. But when I look at our authority, they've got an application. We don't ask other developers or architects, hey, something else may be missing. Well, it's not approved if it's not brought before us. So I would say the same thing here. If it's in our purview, we didn't approve it. And so I don't think there's no consequence to this body.
But planning staff reviews those things that come before us, and they provide a recommendation of this development plan or it meets all the things, everything's in there. They would flag it to say, this was not supposed to, this is missing a chunk, and send it back to the applicant. And in this case, we don't see these terribly often.
So
I'm wondering.
Let me ask the applicant, are we missing something?
All signage that needs to be approved in the master sign plan is currently included.
I don't know what to do beyond that.
Let me ask this, so that the sign, the missing sign, even if we had, which again, it's not missing from what we need to approve, it's just maybe missing from the depiction of everything. Even if we took that into consideration while approving the master sign package, it could be changed at any point and it wouldn't impact the approval of the master sign package. So we might as well just pretend like it doesn't exist.
it be changed at any point?
Because it's not, it's on the city's property and it's the city's discretion to do what they want with that.
So I'm going to ask one other question to our staff here, just so, I want everybody to be comfortable with this. I'm not saying that, what I'm saying is right or wrong. I just want comfort here for everybody. With the master sign application, if they omitted a sign and they realize it and they come back before us, would that be a revision to the master sign application? And who best can answer that question?
Yes, I believe it would require a revision if it's not exempt by the zoning ordinance. There are some signs that are exempt.
Perfect, okay. So at worst, they come back and say, we've got another sign that we need approved. They might have 10 more signs that they want approved, and it's up to us to approve it or not. And there's nothing to prohibit them from coming back. The fact is, they have to come back if it's under our authority.
Chairman Hill,
Yes,
can I make a motion?
sure.
I'd like to make a motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Barger, to approve the master sign application per staff recommendation. And do we have any more discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Are we on to 42? That was, okay. All right, we have a special use under consideration here, which is item number 37, applicant Millard Beats Development LLC. Location northwest side of Millard Beats Road, northwest of Kim Watt Road, 1.68 acres. Zoning is RN3, general residential neighborhood, and previously approved as a planned district and hillside protection overlay. Existing land use, agriculture, forestry, vacant land. Proposed use, removal of the previously approved planned district designation. Staff recommendation. Approve the request to remove the previously approved planned district designation. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Do we have any opposition? Would you like to comment on the case?
Actually, I would. I did have opposition, so I had to stay. I was on consent.
If you'll state your name and address, please.
David Presley, 705 Gate Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37909. My only comment is really, to piggyback off of what you guys were saying with Mr. Bartholomew about how we need to get housing built. This is a new zoning that I'm taking from an old zoning, and it's taken me 5 months to get here, just to get to, just to change the zoning from old zoning to the new zoning. So it's 5 months in delay, probably $50,000 of expense to me, which then I'm going to pass along. So that's really, I'm just making a comment that if we could speed up that process just to change the zoning to the new zoning, it seems kind of a silly measure to me.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes.
Commission.
I'd like to make a motion to approve per staff's recommendation.
We have a motion by Commissioner Higgins to approve per staff recommendation. That was seconded by Commissioner Barger. Seeing no lights, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. This will require one motion. Item 42, Heyo Design and Development. Looks like Mr. Higgins is recusing himself. Location is north side of Mimosa, west of Ashley Street, 7,166 square feet. Zoning is SW3 South Waterfront, Sevier Avenue, existing land use, single-family residential, proposed use, single-family house. Staff recommendation, the zoning administrator recommends, wait a minute, no,
Yeah.
hang on, I've got an updated sheet here, excuse me. Where's my updated sheet? Planning defers, the staff recommendation, planning defers to the zoning administrator's recommendation. All right, is the applicant present? All right. Do we have opposition? Okay.
I'm the only person
All
that's
right.
not staff.
Would you like to speak? If you'll state your name and address, please.
Savannah Reyes Dixon, 133 South Gay Street, 37902. I passed out some pictures during the break, and I apologize for my chicken scratch at the bottom. I didn't realize until I got here that I had totally forgotten to put the case number on the bottom. So there's like 5 pictures on there that I'll reference during my explanation. First of all, thank you guys so much for being here. I know it's so late, but thank you, and I hope that I can be succinct. Okay, so this is a level 3 ARC review that we've been asked, or that we are asking you guys to approve or deny. There's 2 points to this case. So one is a non-compliant garage, and the second one is a transparency requirement in the SW3 zoning. So I'll start with the transparency because it's a little bit easier to explain. But essentially, SW3 was created and written as more of a commercial zone. It doesn't specifically not allow single family, but the requirement is 70% transparency on the ground floor of the front facade, which is very unusual for single family housing in general. And we believe that it has an undue financial burden in terms of purchasing, installing, maintaining 70% of your front facade as glazing, as well as a utilities burden of heating and cooling a south side facade that's basically all glazing. So that's the first point. And then the second one is this garage. So when the clients came to us with this house, they went through, the things that they wanted and needed for their new home. And the biggest thing is that they spent a lot of money on this lot because they can see the future of this area of South Knoxville. And so they're one of the only, I think, lots that I've driven around and seen any new development on and any new interest in building something new and updated and exciting in this area. They really wanted a garage and an attached garage. They're very active. They've got 2 sons at UT. They have bikes. They've got surfboards. They've got dogs. They want access to their home from their garage as well as some storage space because they've moved cross country multiple times. They also wanted to keep the backyard specifically open for landscaping so that they can have, and this is something that's adherent to to SW3, to have these views of the river and the downtown skyline. So if you see, to kind of go through the site conditions, if you see in figures 4 and 5, there's this narrow alley at the north side that you can access technically the site from. You can't really see it in this aerial, but in other years it's a little bit easier to see. There's a large berm that's on the northwest corner that restricts the entry into the rear by I measured it on KGIS, it's like 13 to 15 feet. You can kind of see it better. So it's between this berm and a light pole, which you can see in figures 4 and 5. The neighbors who have been parking on this lot for Lord knows how long don't even try to maneuver around the pole because it's so difficult to get between the pole and the berm. They, and you can see in the pictures, just drive through the neighboring lot up into our lot. The second part of this site, which we got granted as a hardship for a variance to push the house back a little bit more, are these large visible bedrock that's on the surface of the lot. So figures 1 and 2 kind of show this. There's also some ponding in figure 2 that kind of points to there being more bedrock than we can even see. This makes excavating down below the house really unrealistic in terms of budget and time, and the owners have been waiting on this for a long time. So the last thing is this figure 3 that shows kind of the state of the site right now. It's covered with a boat, a trampoline, a jungle gym, an abandoned workout bench, and all of the neighbors use this for parking right now. So with this and all of this in mind, when we started trying to figure out where to put a garage on the site, putting a garage under the house was not an option. Putting the garage detached from the house near the alley wasn't really an option. And getting from the alley to any garage under the house would be really, really difficult. Also, putting a driveway in the rear yard would not be ideal in terms of landscape, and it's difficult to just maneuver up the back side of that lot, well, north side. So we landed on the non-compliant garage. All the neighbors use front yards for parking, including on our client's lot. Yeah, y'all also added pictures, which I didn't notice until yesterday. And across the street, there's a little bit of precedence for parking off of Mimosa that's parked. They've got driveways and some detached garages across the street. And then the other thing is that all of the houses on this street are in pretty good condition. They're not likely to be torn down. So the likelihood of somebody needing to put in a new garage somewhere on this street is kind of unlikely. And the area will stay probably residential regardless of vision and intent for SW for this foreseeable future. So in conclusion, putting a garage here was not our first choice. Hardships on the site and budget constraints meant we could not excavate. The clients invested a lot in this land and really want to be part of the revitalization of this area, and we ask that you confirm staff and zoning's recommendation to approve this application. Thank you.
One quick question.
Yeah.
If the code clearly stated no front-facing garage, why would the applicant go, it looks like they've gone down the path of pretty extensive drawings here. Why would they?
When we started on, I'll be honest with you, the SW code is very difficult to read. It's very disorganized. It's not easy to maneuver on the website. So while we did see that there was no garage, there's alternative data that says you can enter the lot from the front for garage entry. And then when we started going down the route of looking for where a garage could go, we did land on a non-compliant option. And so we wanted to go through the process of trying to see how we could work with the city in terms of permitting that. And then that's how we got around to working with Mark and Peter on this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Aaron's, I think when we went into we rarely see this level 3, what do we call it, review. And Tuesday, quite frankly, when I walked in the meeting, I thought that you were recommending approval. Could you clarify that, please?
Sure. It clearly doesn't meet the intent, the vision and intent of the district. The district is, it has the potential to fulfill.
Were you or were you not recommending approval?
My role as the Director of Plans Review and Inspections is to enforce codes.
What about you've got this committee, right?
We've got a committee, we've got the Administrative Review Committee.
And you all weigh in to kind of tell us how this, I think it's be very informative for our body here. Tell us how it works and tell us what we're to expect as guidance.
Okay. I will tell you that I dropped the ball on this one to not force a more direct recommendation. The recommendation was very wishy-washy as far as, yeah, we see that it does not meet the vision and intent. It kind of fits with the neighborhood because it's all single family right there. So I didn't press for it. Shame on me. I will in the future give a more direct recommendation ahead of time. I can tell you right now that this proposal does not meet the vision and intent of the SW3. SW3 does not prohibit housing. We're in a housing crisis. We know that. We want to provide housing. The reason this does not meet the vision and intent is two things. One, the applicant talked about the transparency. The vision was more of a storefront. It's not requiring it, but that's why, well, That's why it's required, is to have that 70%, is because that's what is intended without requiring. The other thing is the garage. Garages are not prohibited. They're also not required. In this zoning district, parking is not required. You're not required to have any parking spaces on site. And so in this zoning district, garages, unlike with a typical setback scenario where it's got to be some number of feet away from the property line, this one says it has to be at the rear of the property. So in those scenarios, that's not something that's variable through BZA. And so that's why, because of those two things, which are not variable by BZA, they have to come before you. If you'd like a firm recommendation, I can tell you this does not meet the vision and intent of the zoning district in which it is placed.
So our code didn't consider, our new code, I'm gonna call it relatively new, it's probably,
This one didn't change.
what's that?
SW, the South Waterfront
No,
didn't?
no, I'm talking about, I call this a relatively new code. It was our first form-based code, or maybe Cumberland was.
Yes, it was.
But it's relatively
Yes.
new.
Yes.
Not as new as what was recode, but, so when we wrote the code, we wrote it with a vision for the future, not what was there today. Is that right?
That's correct.
The intent was to shift to something, a new vision. Is that?
That is my understanding, and I am intimately aware that there was a lot of input from the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Who have a lot of vested interest in this code.
So is there some vagueness or confusion about a front-facing garage in our code that you're aware of?
No. I'm looking for the exact garage location to rear of property or under the building. So I don't see a whole lot of wiggle room. The wiggle room is, where do you want to place it to the rear of the property?
Okay.
And when I think of the rear of the property, I think of behind.
Okay. All right. We'll let the body, I've asked enough questions. Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Levinson, let me give, Commissioner Adams been waiting a bit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
I have no feelings.
Not after this meeting, they've been worn down.
Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, I thank you very much, Mr. Ahrens, and I don't think you should go far, but I do think that he clarified some things because I was unclear on Tuesday as to what the recommendation was, because I did hear the comment that it did not meet the intent of the code, and I agree with that because, even though the transparency issue is obviously talking about a commercial usage, it is specific about a garage, and that is specific to a residential usage. So I have no problem at all with the adjustment in the transparency, given this is a single-family home. But they're very clear about the garage, and I think that we are damaging the integrity of that code if we approve this the way that it's presented to us. I would love for that house to be there. I just want that garage to be matching the code. It needs to be in the back of the dwelling.
Or none at all.
Or none at all. And that is the other thing. I've driven past there many times, and there are cars on the street. That is completely, it's not a requirement to have parking there. So I can't approve this the way that it is.
Commissioner Levinson.
Could it be in the back of the lot with a front entry?
What are you entering from the front? Are you entering a vehicle from the front?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the driveway would go by the house.
Like in other words, shifted back so it would still be accessible to the house, but still be in the back part of the lot instead of up at the front where the rest of the house is. I'm just thinking out of the box here. Ma'am?
You mean like detached from the
No,
house?
it would be, in other words, okay, here's the
It
house.
talks about front-loaded garage.
In other words, because the driveway isn't usable in the back anymore, correct?
I've driven by, and it is being used as a driveway right now by the neighbors.
Well, okay. let's not get in the weeds. My question is,
I don't think
The
those
answer to
are.
your question,
if we have a garage and we shift it to the back,
yes.
and they want to enter it from the front of the house versus the back, and they want to have it side goggles so they can enter it from the house. I mean, I've designed houses with recessed garages. Is that acceptable?
I think that we're happy to take a look at that type of proposal, knowing that 7.1.3. I've missed a letter in there, but it's H, garage entry permitted on all frontages. So you can have a garage entry on all frontages. We would have to look and see if a new proposal that has a garage at the rear complies with the code. But yeah, that's something that we can work with.
Could you all work with that?
It would require an entire redesign of the home, and it would be, there's still a significant issue in terms of excavating. And so by pushing that house, or pushing the garage back, I think regardless of how we designed it, it would be difficult to construct.
Okay, well, it's good to know anyway.
Commissioner Biggs.
I think my questioning was on the lines of Commissioner Levinson's. I was just curious whether that had been contemplated as a solution, or whether there were concerns about blocking the view shed, or like if there were, that wanted to use the yard. Were there practical concerns that they'd?
I mean, yeah, they really want to be able to use that backyard, especially because from a front yard perspective, as is seen in a lot of the pictures in the street view, the neighbors have, it's primarily cars and other grills and trampolines and
Right.
things like that.
Okay, but yeah, I guess as has been discussed, like
So, yeah.
the garage isn't required. So if they want to make that trade off of, hey, we want to take up some of our backyard for a garage, like that's a choice that the
Correct, that's a choice that
owner
the
could
client
make,
could
yeah.
make.
Vice Chair Huber.
So, again, it's been a long meeting and a lot of interesting discussion going on here, but, and this is for my own edification, I'm not, but I guess I'm struggling because this is a codes thing. It's in it's zoned what it's zoned, and this is a form-based zone. This is not, it's form-based, here are the rules, straight down. I guess I'm struggling how we get, that we can even approve it, because it's a code that we're not allowed to change codes. I mean, it's an interpretation by codes, I guess I'm just thinking that out loud. I mean, I like Commissioner Levinson's idea, but the reality too is I'm looking at it, it's only 50 feet wide. I mean, a two-car garage is going to be 20 or 25 at minimum, so just thinking out loud, I'm just struggling with the whole form-based code that has very strict rules and deviating from them, I guess.
Ms. Hillman, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to clarify the purpose of the alternative compliance review. In case that's unclear, it's intended to allow developments and non-prohibited uses that would otherwise not be allowed under a strict interpretation of the Form District regulations, but nevertheless comply with the intent of the applicable Form District and plan.
When you say non-prohibited uses, are we talking about uses or are we talking about form?
It says non-prohibited uses. So there are some uses that are prohibited in the South Waterfront District. Primarily, they're very intensive uses, but this is saying there can be some deviation as long as it's complying with the intent of the applicable Form District. And so Peter has provided that.
But we have a report that says it did not meet the intent.
Correct.
Right. May I throw in Ms. Hillman, tell me if I'm off here, but in terms of like a level 3 sort of, this isn't normally permitted, but it still fits the intent of what is intended there. If you're on Sevier, there's currently a really large undeveloped space beside James White Parkway on the riverside. And if someone was to put in something, or propose to put something in there that was, a giant swimming pool or something, that was a carnival sort of space, it might fit. It might not on its surface seem like this is the intent of the code, but this is what the community wants. Like, this would be great for community. Like, that might be a level 3 review that we look at and go, oh, yeah, that's different, but it fits. This is very different from that, and it's clearly spelled out that it's not to have this very specific thing. So that's why I'm not comfortable with deviating from that.
Commissioner Overton.
Yeah, I would agree with everybody. I think, as much as I love housing and all that, I am against front-facing garages just on a personal level. And I think, this is one of those situations where it's like, if I bought a house in 4th and Gill and I wanted to build a spaceship, and then I'm mad that I can't build a spaceship in 4th and Gill, and no offense to y'all, but like, if we got form and we have a code, like Commissioner Huber said, and we got intent of the community, like Commissioner Adams is saying, I don't know that we need to do a whole rigmarole here. I think it's pretty clear, so I'm gonna make a motion to deny the, what is it, special use?
Let me get back to my way
Is it a special use? Is that, no, I'm trying to, that's why I hadn't made a motion yet, because I wasn't sure exactly how to do that. Maybe it is special use.
Sorry.
Level 3 alternative compliance review.
That, as we.
So.
I will second.
We're denying the applicants, help me here.
The motion would be to deny the consideration of the level 3 review.
But the level 3 review didn't recommend approval.
So then
I'm just trying to be clear here.
Can I say-
support the denial or support the position in the level 3 review that denies this application. That I think is what you're trying to do.
Staff recommended that we defer to the zoning administrator. The zoning administrator recommended that we deny because it doesn't meet.
Well, he didn't really recommend denial. He just said it was
What he did
not
here?
in alignment. Let's get Director Aaron's up here. Are you recommending denial?
I'm gonna quit making motions.
No,
This is
no,
not my
let's
day.
hang it. I just want to make sure we.
I'll
get
make
the
it. I'm just saying
information
for me.
accurate. Did you recommend denial?
Following the code, yes.
Okay,
I
thank
recommend
you.
denial.
There you go.
Bingo, that's my motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did we get a second? Yes. Okay, we've got a motion to deny the application to deviate from the SW3. Right? Yeah, okay. So there'll be no deviation. We're not approving any deviation from the SW3, and that was seconded by Commissioner Adams, and I see no other lights. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.